Rob's on his way.
Yes.
This committee will come to order. In recent years, domestic terrorism and specifically white supremacist, conspiracy-related, and anti-government violence has become one of our nation's greatest homeland security threats. Last October, the committee held a hearing to examine the role that social media platforms play in the amplification of domestic extremist content and how that content can translate into real-world violence. We heard from expert witnesses who discussed how recommendation algorithms, ad targeting, and other amplification tools end up pushing extreme content to users because that type of content is what keeps people active on the platforms. Unfortunately, because these platforms are designed to push the most engaging posts to more users, they end up amplifying extremist, dangerous, and radicalizing content. This includes QAnon, Stop the Steal, and other conspiracy theories, as well as white supremacist and anti-Semitic rhetoric. In some cases, this content may not necessarily violate a company's community guidelines. In other cases, even content that is in clear violation of company policy remains on the platforms and is often only removed after public pressure. In both cases, this content does significant harm to our society and stokes real-world violence. We have seen this happen time and time again, from the 2017 neo-Nazi Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, that was organized using a Facebook event page, to the violent January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, spurred to action in part by Stop the Steal content that repeatedly surfaced online, to the shooter who live-streamed as he massacred black shoppers at a Buffalo supermarket. There is a clear connection between online content and offline violence. Over the years, we have heard many explanations from social media companies about their content moderation policies, efforts to boost trust and safety, and actions taken to remove harmful accounts. There's no question that those efforts are certainly important, but there's a question of whether those actions are enough to effectively address the spread of dangerous content online and the resulting threats it poses to our homeland security. The central question is not what content the platforms can take down once it is posted, but how they design their products in a way that boosts this content in the first place, and whether they build those products with safety in mind to effectively address how harmful content spreads. And that is the focus of today's hearing. We will have the opportunity to hear from two panels of witnesses, outside experts, including former Facebook and Twitter executives, as well as the current senior executives from Meta, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitter, who are charged with designing social media products used by billions of people all across the world. The overwhelming majority of social media users have very little information about why they see certain recommended content in their feeds. And there's very limited transparency into how social media companies balance their business decisions with the need for online safety, including what resources they invest to limiting the spread of harmful content. Our goal is to better understand how companies' business models and incentive structures, including revenue generation, growth, and employee compensation, determine how social media products are built and the extent to which current incentives contribute to the amplification of content that threatens homeland security. For nearly a year, I've been pressing Meta, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitter for more information on their policies to monitor and to remove extremist and conspiracy content that advocates violence, as well as the relationship between their recommendation algorithms and targeted advertising tools that generate much of the company's revenues and the amplification of extremist content. The company's response to those inquiries have been incomplete and insufficient so far. This morning, we'll hear from two former executives and a technology journalist with social media expertise about the internal product development process and the business decisions that these companies make, including trade-offs between revenues and growth and their trust and safety efforts, as well as how they interact with foreign governments. Later this afternoon, we'll hear directly from the chief product officers of Meta, YouTube, and Twitter, and the chief operating officer of TikTok, the executives who are charged with making those business decisions and driving the strategic vision of the companies. I certainly look forward to a productive discussion with both panelists. Welcome to this committee here today. We look forward to your testimony. Ranking Member Portman, you're now recognized for your opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the experts for being here. We look forward to hearing from you. It's going to be an interesting hearing. This past Sunday, we observed the 21st anniversary of the tragic 9/11 terrorist attacks. And over these past couple of decades, our country has adapted to combat the most pressing threats to our nation's security, and that's good. But the advent of social media has added a new dimension to the ever-evolving threat landscape and created new considerations for combating terrorism, human trafficking, and many other threats. During last October's hearing on how algorithms promote harmful content, I focused on how social media business models contribute to the amplification of terrorism and other dangerous activities. Since then, the committee has identified ways in which social media companies' product development processes tend to conflict with user safety. Whistleblower testimony has revealed that in numerous occasions, the leaders at social media companies were aware that certain platform features increase threats to user safety and chose not to mitigate such concerns. We'll hear about that today. It's unfortunate that the American public must wait for whistleblower disclosures to find out about ways in which platforms are knowingly and unknowingly harming their users. The lack of transparency in the product development process, the obscurity of algorithms, and misleading content moderation statistics create an asymmetric information environment in which the platforms know all, yet the users and policymakers and the public actually know very little. One consequence of this lack of transparency is related to China. I have serious concerns about the opportunities that the Chinese Communist Party has to access TikTok's data on American users. There are now over 100 million Americans, including 40 million under the age of 19, who use TikTok. This TikTok data remains vulnerable to the Communist Party of China, both as the CCP tries to exploit its access to U.S. data and exert influence over the content that U.S. users see. For example, despite moving U.S. data servers to the United States, TikTok and ByteDance employees in China retain the ability to access this data. If that's not true, we'd like to hear about that today. Also, we learned yesterday from Senator Grassley's opening statement in a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing with the Twitter whistleblower that Twitter failed to prevent Americans' data from being accessed by foreign governments. In fact, Senator Grassley spoke about how several Twitter employees were actually foreign agents of India, China, and Saudi Arabia, which is concerning and speaks to why Congress needs more information from platforms on how they secure user data. Another consequence of poor transparency relates to content moderation. While I recognize that content moderation is a key component to creating safe platforms for users, it cannot be the only thing. Transparency reports released by companies often detail the amount of content that has been removed for violating company policy. However, these reports do not account for violating content that is left up to the platform and left up on the platform and yet goes undetected. It also doesn't account for content that is incorrectly censored, as we often see with many conservative voices on social media. I, like many of my colleagues, have been critical of the political biases held by big tech platforms, which have resulted in systematic takedowns of accounts that hold ideologies with which the left and liberal media disagree. We'll hear about that today, but these takedowns are often done under the guise of combating misinformation, which, in fact, they are really just combating conservative viewpoints that conflict with their own. Any steps taken to address the impact of social media and homeland security must account for First Amendment protections, of course, and safeguard free speech. For us to have a responsible conversation about the impact of harmful content on American users and homeland security, we need to talk about how current transparency efforts have worked or not worked. Congress must enact legislation that will require tech companies to share necessary data so that research can be done to evaluate the true extent of how harms from social media impact Americans. As some of you know, I've been working on legislation along those lines with Senator Coons to establish bipartisan legislation to do just that. The Platform Accountability and Transparency Act would require the largest tech platforms to share data with vetted, independent researchers and other investigators so that we can all increase our understanding of the inner workings of social media companies and regulate the industry based on good information that we simply don't have now, that we can learn through this process. So again, I thank the witnesses for being here. Look forward to you having your expertise help to guide us in these complicated issues. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing.
Well, thank you, Ranking Member Portman. It is the practice of this committee to swear in witnesses, so if each of you would please stand and raise your right hands. Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. Today's first witness is Alex Retter, the former Senior Vice President of Engineering at Twitter. In his previous role, Mr. Retter helped grow Twitter's monthly active users to over 300 million and build the ads network from near zero revenue to $2.5 billion a year. Mr. Retter also spent 6 years at Google on a variety of projects, including building the world's largest computational advertising platform. He was in the room for major decisions about products at Twitter and is familiar with the priorities that were weighed as products were created, as well as how those products are then built. Mr. Retter, welcome to the committee. You may proceed with your opening remarks.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me here today. We live in a world where an unprecedented number of people consume information from social networks. Viral content and misinformation can propagate on these platforms on a scale that's unseen in human history. Regulators must understand companies' incentives, culture, and processes to appreciate how unlikely voluntary reform is. In over 20 years of working in Silicon Valley as an engineer, as an executive, I've seen firsthand how several of these companies work. Today, I will talk about how these companies operate and actionable ways to demand transparency. The product development lifecycle works as follows. First, teams of product managers, engineers, and designers are assigned specific metrics to maximize. These metrics carefully track user engagement and growth, as well as revenue and financial indicators. Other metrics, such as user safety, are either not present or much less important. Second, teams use an experimental system to launch changes to small percentages of users. The effect of every experiment on key metrics is measured extremely accurately. Absent are detailed metrics tracking impacts on user safety. For example, I never once saw a measurement such as, did a given experiment increase or decrease the spread of content later identified as hate speech? And third, executives review these experimental dashboards regularly and make decisions on which experiments to launch. These reviews are run by product and engineering. Other functions like legal or trust and safety are absent or do not play a substantial role. Culturally, these companies are in formal hierarchies with the builders, by which I mean engineers, product managers, and designers, held in the highest regard. Other functions are viewed much more skeptically. The strong bias is to make sure that corporate bureaucracy does not slow down product development. These companies conduct regular performance evaluations and promotions, and these drive peer recognition, career advancement, and cash and stock awards. The main data collected is what impact an individual's work has on key metric families. Only a minority of builders get promoted based on impact to trust and safety metrics, as those impacts are not valued as highly. What data has been shared selectively to date is mostly non-illuminating statistics designed to create the appearance that they're taking the problem seriously. When one of the largest companies in the world says it is spending what seems like a large absolute number, that number must be put in context and compared to the size of other initiatives, for example, product efforts or how much they spend on stock buybacks. Large investments and amounts are not sufficient. We must demand transparency based on measuring actual results. Similarly, when a company points to how much content it has taken down, that has to be understood in terms of its reach in the network. Removing a billboard in Wyoming is very different than removing a billboard in Times Square. For real transparency, I recommend assembling an independent group of researchers and data scientists. Task them with enumerating the right questions to ask and the set of data they need to answer them. Fund them to continually do this work and refine their questions and data requests. The government is able to demand transparency in technically demanding fields. For example, third-party auditors of public company financial statements are able to balance the public's need for reliable financial statements with the company's need to keep information confidential. Until such transparency exists, every assurance by any of these companies has to be taken on faith. Transparency is necessary but not sufficient. Until we change the fact that user attention and profits are what companies care about above all else, all the data sharing in the world will not address the problem. Policy and legal experts have previously testified before the committee on ways that incentives could be changed. Incentives matter. Companies behave differently when they care about the quality of content. For example, having inappropriate ads could materially harm financial performance, so most advertising systems place ad copy removal as a step that has to occur before the new ad ever makes its way to users. On the other hand, user-generated content is allowed to go live instantly. Incentives also shape companies' recommendation algorithms. For example, TikTok and ByteDance feed young people in China a diet of educational science and math content via their recommendation algorithms. The Chinese version of the app even enforces a daily usage limit. Contrast this to how US companies target content to young Americans, optimizing their engagement and revenue at any cost. Any suggestion for more useful transparency will be met with many objections. The status quo is simply too lucrative. Do not underestimate these companies' ability to fight requests for information. After all, the legal team at Google alone has the same number of lawyers as all the employees of the FTC. Given what we know about companies' incentives, processes, and culture, we should not expect meaningful progress voluntarily, and we should view their commitments extremely skeptically. However, with the proper transparency and regulatory environment, I believe we can change their incentives and start to see real, measurable progress against these problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next witness is Brian Voland, a former Vice President of Partnerships, Product Marketing, Partner Engineering, Marketing, Strategic Operations, and Analytics at Facebook. Mr. Voland worked at Facebook for 11 years. He worked in several roles, including leading a 500-person multi-function team focused on product strategy, market strategy, partner engineering, operations, analytics, and marketing. These high-impact teams worked across Facebook products and features, including Watch, Video, News, Group Admins, Developers, Payments, and Audience Network. And before joining Facebook, he worked at Microsoft and other tech companies. Mr. Voland, welcome to the committee. You may proceed with your opening remarks.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for holding these hearings that cover such important issues for our nation and the world. And thank you for inviting me here today to provide testimony on my experiences as a senior executive at Facebook, now known as Meta. For the last few years, I've grown increasingly concerned about the roles that Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok play in driving the growth of misinformation, extremism, and generally harmful content. I worked at Facebook for 11 years in a variety of leadership roles, helping to shape product and market strategies for a broad array of products, including advertising, news, video, media, and more. During my tenure at the company, I worked with the most senior executives and was deeply embedded in the product development process. In my last 2 years of my time at the company, the CrowdTangle team and product was a part of my organization. CrowdTangle is a tool that provides limited, albeit industry-leading, transparency into public newsfeed content on Facebook. What finally convinced me that it was time to leave was that despite growing evidence that the newsfeed may be causing harm globally, the focus on and investments in safety remained small and siloed. The documents released by Frances Haugen, the Facebook whistleblower who last fall testified here, highlight issues around polarization globally and the power of Facebook to lead people down a path to more extreme beliefs. These papers demonstrate thoughtful, well-researched documentation of the harms that concerned me. The research was done by highly skilled Facebook employees who are experts in their field and was extensive. And rather than address the serious issues raised by its own research, Meta leadership chooses growing the company over keeping people safe. While the company has made investments in safety, these investments are small and routinely abandoned if they will impact company growth. My experience at Facebook was that rather than seeking to research and discover issues on the platform before others found them, they'd rather reactively work to mitigate the PR damage for issues that came to light. I've come to believe that several circumstances have put Americans at risk from the content on these platforms. The first is the growth over safety incentive structure that leads to products that are designed and built without a primary focus on safety. The next is the unprecedented lack of transparency available from these platforms so that we can analyze content and understand the impact from these tools. And finally, the lack of clear oversight for the business practices of these companies. We've faced challenges like this before with new technologies. In the 1960s, Congress addressed the dramatic rise in fatalities caused by the rapid increase in automobile use in the United States. That industry experienced explosive growth and the companies focused on growth in sales. And it turns out safety didn't sell. The creation of the NHTSA, at the time the NHSB, empowered an agency to study the available data and in partnership with researchers and other agencies to take steps to make driving in America rapidly and significantly safer. Today, automobile manufacturers prioritize safety as a selling point such that they welcome verification of these efforts. The problem with these social media platforms today is that we lack public data to understand the current issues, and there's extremely limited ability to research these platforms and almost no ability to protect our future and create a version of crash testing the car. Imagine if in the 1960s we had no way of knowing the deaths that were happening from cars and that we had no way of knowing that it was increasing so rapidly. That lack of data is where we are today with social media platforms. The reality is that for all the debate about whether social media is predominantly good or bad, the truth is that we don't really know. And if anyone tells you they know, they don't know. I believe that we have a right to know. The good news is that with the right incentives in place and rules around transparency, we can develop a better understanding of these issues and take steps to mitigate the harms. If we take these steps, we can do now what we did with the automobile. We can empower agencies and researchers to deeply understand the issues, and through changes in incentives, public education, and better development, build a path to a future where we still get the amazing benefits from these products while mitigating the harms that we barely understand today. Today, I hope to shed light on the product development process, internal and external incentive structures for these organizations, and the critical importance of transparency. I appreciate your work to better understand these issues and deliver real-world solutions to the American people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final witness of our first panel is Jeffrey Kane, the Senior Fellow for Critical Emerging Technologies at Lincoln Network. Mr. Kane is an award-winning foreign correspondent and author. His work has taken him to the world's most authoritarian and remote places, from inside North Korea to the Trans-Siberian Railway across Russia, from investigations into genocide in Cambodia to experiments in technological surveillance in China. Mr. Kane has served as a Tech Congress Fellow with the House Foreign Affairs Committee Minority and supported a range of issues including China, tech sanctions, and investigative work. Mr. Kane, welcome to our committee. You may proceed with your opening comments.
Good morning, Chairman Peters, Ranking Member Portman, and members of the committee. It is an honor to be invited to testify here today on social media's impact on national security. Today, I will talk about one of the greatest technological threats facing our homeland security and democracy, TikTok, the social media app that reports to a nefarious Chinese company called ByteDance. As an investigative journalist in China and East Asia for 13 years, I have been detained, harassed, and threatened from my reporting on Chinese technology companies. Today, I will show you how TikTok has orchestrated a campaign of distraction and deflection to mask the alarming truth. Americans face the grave and unprecedented threat of software in our pockets that contains powerful surveillance and data gathering capabilities, owned by private companies that must comply with the dictates of a foreign authoritarian government ruled under the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP. The CCP has signaled its ambitions to assert global jurisdiction over private companies everywhere as a condition for doing business in China. TikTok, therefore, is a disaster waiting to happen for our security and the privacy of our citizens. We'll have TikTok executives here today later. According to their internal public relations guidelines leaked to the media, they are required to, quote, downplay the parent company ByteDance, downplay the China Association, and downplay AI. The public relations guideline states that if you ask them about the influence of the Chinese company ByteDance and its influence over its American product, TikTok, which is used by many Generation Z teenagers, executives must deceptively tell you that ByteDance is a separate company in China and that you should talk to ByteDance instead. They will attempt to confuse you, claiming that TikTok takes a localized approach, hiring local moderators, implementing local policies, and showing local content. They won't tell you about an individual who is unnamed so far called the master admin in Beijing. This has been leaked to the media, to BuzzFeed, who has had access to all Americans' data. They also will not tell you that they at TikTok report to ByteDance executives in China, and ByteDance reports to the Chinese Communist Party. TikTok's fast expansion into the American market was only possible because China has rigged the market. The Chinese government offered ByteDance vast market protection in China, all while banning competing American social media apps Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and Google. Like all Chinese companies, ByteDance runs an in-house Communist Party committee that enforces the political loyalty of its employees. In 2018, ByteDance and TikTok's founder and previous CEO, a man named Zhang Yiming, wrote a public letter, promising Chinese regulators that his company would follow, quote, core socialist values, unquote, would introduce these, quote, correct values into technology and products, and would ensure his products promoted the Chinese Communist Party's agenda. These values, he wrote, included, quote, strengthening the work of the party construction, quote, deepening cooperation with official party media, and strengthening, quote, content review in line with these party values. ByteDance's public statements in China should be cause for alarm, considering American government employees, military personnel, and workers in sensitive and strategic industries use TikTok. When TikTok began growing its presence in the US in 2016 and 2017, I was an investigative journalist in China's western region of Xinjiang, where I was writing my second book, The Perfect Police State, which is an investigation into the Chinese surveillance dystopia. I learned that ByteDance and TikTok was expanding into America, and I knew that this was ominous because I had been speaking to a former worker for the Ministry of State Security, a major intelligence and extremely powerful intelligence body who had told me that he had worked with numerous companies, including ByteDance, to expose the data of ethnic minorities in China. It wasn't hard, it simply happened. ByteDance has also had an active role in suppressing news about the atrocities, which included physical and psychological torture, internment in concentration camps, forced sterilizations, and the wholesale of destructions of mosques and other cultural artifacts. So this is very serious. I am aware of time, so I do have much more in the written testimony if you'd like to ask. But thank you for your time today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Well, extremist groups, including QAnon followers, ISIS, and white supremacists, certainly have expanded their ranks by recruiting individuals on major social media platforms. The Christchurch shooter who killed 51 people and inspired the Poway and El Paso shooters was radicalized on YouTube and live-streamed his attacks on Facebook to rally others to his cause. 3 years later, a shooter in Buffalo, New York, streamed his attack on Twitch, which acted quickly to take it down, but the video was soon circulating widely on Facebook. Mr. Redder, you could tell this committee, why do these platforms' recommendation algorithms spread this extremist content just so rapidly?
Thank you for the question. So the way to understand these recommendations, they don't have intentionality about specific types of content. But the way they work is they assemble a massive amount of information, they model everything about you, your usage, your interests, your geography, who you're connected to, what you've engaged with historically, and then they model the content and they try to match those optimally. And what makes this so dangerous is there's a positive feedback loop. And if you pick something not controversial, just pick a hobby, knitting, for example. If I think that you're somewhat into knitting, I might recommend some knitting content to you because I believe you'll engage with it. You do engage with it, that both makes you more interested in knitting because you're doing the hobby more, but also it feeds back to the algorithm, which then has signal that you do like more of this content. So the next day or the next session, it's more confident that you will engage in this content and you'll go further down the rabbit hole. Obviously with knitting, that's fine, but this is true for all sorts of content. Because of this feedback loop, if you have some proclivity or some interest in some topic, you will be fed more of that. That generally feeds your interest, and you're fed more and more. And that's why we see people that start off with more things in common than differences, sort of splitting and fracturing as they each go into their worlds that are more and more different and have less in common with other people. This is all an inevitable consequence of this optimization of driving engagement.
Well, sir, in terms of content that can take you down the extremist, are companies able to change some of those algorithms to prevent that from occurring, at least with that kind of content, and how would that work?
You certainly could, in theory. It will never happen given the current incentive structure. So these are for-profit companies. They are incented to maximize profit, and before they have realizable profits, they are incented to show massive user growth to convince investors that they will be massively profitable in the future. The way they do that is getting people to come back to their platform over and over. The way they do that is for optimizing engagement. So as long as the algorithms are optimizing for showing you things that you will engage with, we will always have this positive feedback loop property. I show you something you're interested in, you get more interested in it, you're more likely to keep engaging. So you can build an AI to train for anything, but you pick an incentive based on the overarching incentive of the environment you find yourself in this case, a public company that's reporting to shareholders. So until those incentives change, we should not expect the AI to optimize for anything other than engagement and profit maximization.
Mr. Ryder, we're going to hear later this afternoon from chief product officers at some of these major companies. Is it possible for them to set different priorities for product development to address the spread of extremist content? Is that within their purview, and is that something they should be able to talk about?
In practice, it's not possible. And the reason is, these are just individuals. This isn't a matter of a few bad eggs running companies. This is a system that these people find themselves in. They're in a system where they have to report user growth, engagement, attention, increasing attention from the users, and profit. And I should add, this attention game is a race to the bottom. If I build a product that is less addictive than a competitor's product, by definition, user eyeballs and attention will go over to the competitor. So then I have to, in turn, make my product more addictive to pull people back, or I'll quickly be abandoned by investors. So given that structure, there is no way that a product leader or any other executive at a company could optimize for anything other than those core metrics, engagement and revenue, because that's the system they find themselves in.
So they can't do it by themselves. It has to be broader than that. But they're at the front end of that, or at the beginning of that, to understand exactly how that incentive structure, how those priorities shape the work that they do. They can talk about that, I suspect.
They could talk about that. They are doing exactly what you would expect them to do given the environment they find themselves in. So as long as the incentives of those companies are what they are, they will continue to behave the way they are behaving. And if they didn't, it would hurt the trajectory of the company.
Very good. Mr. Voland, why are the actions taken by trust and security teams at these platforms just not enough to deal with this problem? We're going to hear a lot about these teams, I think, this afternoon. Why is that not enough?
Yeah, I imagine that you'll hear that there are significant investments from the companies in trust and safety, and it is true they make some investments. The important thing to think about with trust and safety effort is that if it is siloed from the rest of the process, if it is a last check safeguard or a group that is small and not a core part of the way that people build products, it will always be an afterthought. And it will always be a team that has to fight in the battle of trade-offs between their ways that they would like to improve trust and safety and impacts to growth. And impacts to growth translate to impacts to revenue. That dual tension of not receiving enough resources and being at odds with the product development teams and the product development process makes it so that team has to fight for any sort of interventions they want to put in place. You can change the way that product teams could work with those organizations. A good example would be the efforts that Facebook is now putting in place around privacy. So for a number of years, we know that Facebook and Meta had not been at the top of its game on privacy. After the last set of issues with the FTC, the company has invested significantly in efforts around privacy and has made that something that the product teams and product managers actually have to care about. So as long as that team in trust and safety is off to the side, if there aren't the incentives in place that say to the company, you really have to make sure that when people are making day-to-day decisions, they are prioritizing these efforts, that team is fighting a losing battle, both in resources, because they're battling against a number of people, and incentives at the company, because they have to justify every single change that they want to make. It's not a core part of how the teams think.
And so at best, there are going to be follow-up. The products are going to get launched. They're going to potentially cause problems that team may have even recognized, but they weren't able to interject that effectively during the product development phase. And then later they may be engaged, but at that point, the genie's out of the bottle, so to speak, before that they can get engaged. Is that correct?
That's correct. My experience was that, and you can kind of understand this if you think about where these companies started and the incredibly short period of time that they've grown to be as successful as they are. These are, they still feel like startups in the way that the leaders think, even though these are some of the biggest companies in the world. At the beginning of their life cycle, it was about trying to figure out products that could grow and grow effectively in the world, and has gone to a point where they haven't matured out of that stage. So, you know, I think that we can get to a point where these companies could do more in that space. We just haven't seen them make that transition into more responsible set of activities.
Great, thank you. Ranking Member Portman, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've got a good group of members here, so I'll keep within the time, and I want to focus on TikTok first. And we've talked about TikTok being the most popular social media app in the United States. I also think it poses a risk to our national security, and I want to dig deeper into that today with both of these panels, this one and then when the TikTok representatives are here later. My understanding is that under Chinese law, the Chinese Communist Party can access data of tech companies that are run out of China or have parent companies that are run out of China. Both ByteDance and TikTok have offices and they have employees in Beijing. So, Mr. Kane, under Chinese law, does TikTok have a legal obligation to give U.S. user data to the Chinese Communist Party?
Oh, yes, absolutely. TikTok executives will, under Chinese law, face a minimum of 20 days detention if they refuse to turn over data on anyone in the world. And you know, this could be anybody in China, anybody who's traveling through China, through Hong Kong. This is a documented legal situation, and it's not something that TikTok, despite claiming to be an American company, can avoid. I'd also like to point out that TikTok does dodge this question frequently by trying to point out that it is run by a Cayman Islands holding company, a shell company, essentially. This is a red herring to distract from the issue at hand. So the American company, TikTok, and the Chinese company, ByteDance, both report to this Cayman Islands shell company. The company has never said how many people actually work for the shell company, the holding company, but we do know that the CEO of ByteDance and the CEO of TikTok are the same person. So this is listed on the Cayman Islands registry. The CEO is the same person running the ByteDance company in China, according to their website.
Let me dig a little deep here because we're going to hear from TikTok later, and based on the testimony we've received from them in advance, I think they are going to say they have not provided data to the Chinese Communist Party. Even if CCP requested data, they said they would not share it with them. Again, does China need to make a request to access this data, or does China have the capability to access it at will?
I'm not aware of the Chinese government having the ability to, simply open a computer and access it at will. It would usually happen through somebody in ByteDance or in TikTok. This has already been demonstrated and documented. So there was a BuzzFeed report that came out a few months ago, which contained 20 leaked audio files from internal meetings at TikTok, in which TikTok employees said that they had to go through Chinese employees to understand how American data was being shared. It also pointed out that employees were saying that there is an individual in Beijing who is called the master administrator. We don't know who that is yet, but this person, according to them, had access to all data in the TikTok system. So when they say that this data is being kept separate, this is it's simply a point that's it's a point that's been disproven already, because we have documentation that shows that the data has been shared extensively.
Okay, well, we'll have a chance to talk to TikTok about that, but I appreciate your work on this and your testimony today. We have calls for us to legislate more in this area generally. We talked about that earlier, regulations, legislation. My concern is that we really don't know what's behind the curtain, the black box, so to speak. We proposed this legislation called the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act to require the largest tech platforms to share data, again, with vetted, independent researchers and other investigators. So we know what's happening with regard to user privacy, content moderation, product development. We talked about the bias that I believe is out there in social media today with many of the companies and other practices. So, Mr. Voland, you talked a little about this in your testimony. I see in your written testimony you said to solve the problem of transparency, we must require platforms to move beyond the black box with legislation like the Platform Transparency and Accountability Act. Can you explain why that legislation is needed and how it would be used?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I believe that the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act is one of the most important pieces of legislation that is before you all. It's not sufficient because we have to address the incentives that we've been talking about, but to begin with, we are at a point where we're supposed to trust what the companies are telling us. And the companies are telling us very little. So I think Facebook, to their credit, is telling us the most, but it's kind of like a grade of a D out of like a A through F grading system. They're not telling us much, but they're telling us more than everybody else, especially YouTube and TikTok. In order to understand the issues that we're concerned about with hate speech and the way that these algorithms can influence people, we need to have a public understanding and a public accountability of what happens on these platforms. There are two parts of transparency that are very important. One is understanding what happens with moderation. So what are the active decisions that companies are taking to remove content or make decisions around content? There's another critically important part that is around what are the decisions that the algorithms built by these companies are taking to distribute content to people. So if you have companies reporting to you what they'd like to, and I'm sure you'll hear from them this afternoon, a lot of averages, a lot of numbers that kind of gloss over the concerns. If you look at averages across these large populations, you miss the story. If you think about 220 some odd million Americans who are on Facebook, if 1% of them is receiving an extremely hate-filled feed or a radicalizing feed, that's over 2 million people who are receiving really problematic content. In the types of data that you're hearing today, that you're receiving today, you get an average, which is incredibly unhelpful. So by empowering researchers to help us understand the problem, we can do a couple of things. One, we can help the platforms because today they're making the decisions on their own, and I believe that these are decisions that should be influenced by the public. And two, then you can bring additional accountability through an organization that has clear oversight over these platforms. Whether that be through new rules or new fines that you levy against the companies, you have the ability to understand how to direct them. So today, you don't know what's happening on the platforms. You have to trust the companies. I lost my trust with the companies of what they were doing and what Meta was doing. I think we should move beyond trust to helping our researchers and journalists understand the platforms better.
Okay. To the other two, quickly, Mr. Kane and Mr. Roeder, do you disagree with anything that was said about the need for more transparency? Just quickly, I've got very little time.
I 100% agree.
I 100% agree, and I think that this committee is uniquely poised, given its subpoena powers, to enforce transparency.
Okay. I'll have additional questions later. Again, we got so many members here. I want to respect the time, but I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Ranking Member Portman. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listen, I think we all agree this is a big problem. It's my definition of a problem. There's no easy solution. As chairman of this committee, I would meet with Facebook, and I appreciate what they were trying to do to pull down Islamic terror type of content. So I think we all agree that we don't want to be disseminating extremist, violent, inducing type of behavior through these platforms. but we also need to protect free speech as well. So it's a real tension. It's a real balancing act. I think Mr. Voland, I think you said, talked about the term extremism and harmful content. But I guess that's all in the eye of the beholder, isn't it? I mean, it's difficult to define. And I guess what I want to focus on a little bit is, where do we draw the line in terms of taking down content that we all would agree is extreme and could induce violence versus censoring legitimate political debate? I don't know, Mr. Roeder, do you have any idea what percentage of Twitter employees are conservative versus liberal?
I have no idea.
You think it's probably pretty heavily tilted to the left, correct?
I don't know.
Well, I think you do. Mr. Voland, would you want to answer that question?
I just don't know. I mean,
okay. Mr. Kane? It's obvious, but
my only knowledge is China tech and TikTok. I'm not as familiar with that area.
So let me move on. Let me use an example that I think we're all aware of. Okay, the 800-pound gorilla in the room. Let's talk about the Hunter Biden laptop. Mr. Roeder, do you believe that, like Washington Post, that there's authentic information on that laptop?
I'm not sure. I will say that these are massive platforms. There are billions of pieces of content.
I've got very little time.
Okay.
Mr.
I don't know.
Mr. Voland, do you know whether, do you assume that's authentic information on the laptop?
I don't have an opinion on the laptop.
Oh, okay. So Twitter was actually very effective when they blocked the New York Post articles on the Hunter Biden laptop. We had Jack Dorsey in front of the Commerce Committee back in, I think, October 2020, and both Senator Cruz and myself asked him, because we were talking about, Russians using the platforms to impact our elections, and everybody agrees that could happen. We asked Mr. Dorsey, do you believe Twitter could impact the election? Mr. Dorsey said no. Mr. Roeder, do you believe Twitter has the capability of impacting the election?
I think all these social platforms, they're so massive, it's hard to believe that they're not impacting.
Mr. Voland, do you believe that as well?
Yeah, these platforms absolutely have influence, and I believe they influence.
Mr. Kane?
Absolutely.
Okay, so there is a problem right there, okay? And I appreciate you acknowledging that fact. We had 51 former intelligence officials. I have no idea on what basis they wrote this letter. They came out immediately. I think it might be, because the FBI had a scheme in August of 2020 to downplay the derogatory information on the Hunter Biden laptop. But they came out and said that the laptop had all the earmarks of a Russian information operation. Seems to me like that letter itself was an information operation. So we have this platform that censored. The platform censored that. Facebook throttled it back. We actually took a poll on this. I didn't, but a company called Media Research Center poll. This is after the election, 1,715 voters, 750 voters in 7 swing states of Biden voters who were unaware of the emails, text, testimony, banking transactions on the laptop, as well as Senator Grassley's and my report, which was based on interviews with U.S. persons and U.S. documents. Okay? And 79% of those Biden voters said they would still vote for him, but 16% said they would not. 4% they'd either switch their vote to President Trump, 4% would vote for third party, 4% would skip voting altogether, 5% would not have voted at all. Pretty strong evidence that what Facebook and Twitter did impacted the 2020 election to a far greater extent than anything Russia ever could have hoped to have done in 2016 or 2020. I want to talk about a little other disinformation coming out of this committee. The day or two after Senator Grassley and I issued our report, based on U.S. documents, interviews with U.S. persons, our now committee chairman, who was then committee ranking member, issued a press release, said, Peters Wyden responds to a Republican effort to amplify Russian disinformation. He said, I generated a partisan political report that is rooted in Russian disinformation. Mr. Chairman, do you want to retract that false allegation now? Now that we know that the Hunter Biden laptop is accurate, that there has not been one scintilla of information provided in Senator Grassley's and my report that has ever been refuted. It was 100% accurate. And yet you, as ranking member of the committee, accused me repeatedly of soliciting and disseminating Russian disinformation. Do you want to retract your false allegation here that you issued in your press release on September 23rd?
No, let's just focus on what we're trying to.
Well, I'm focusing on this because this is exactly the type of harm we can do to our political process when you have these big tech companies engaging in political debate, censoring one side of the political spectrum and amplifying the false allegations of another side. Do any one of you want to dispute that?
Well, Senator, I think it's important that we get the data to know. This is why the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act is so critical to our globe and our nation, is that if you were able to look at the data to understand what had happened from content moderation and you were able to see the distribution, you could compare that data across the platforms and see what sort of impact that it had. Absent that, there's a lot of conjecture.
So let me just, one part of it, transparency, would be to at least have people who at least used to work or work for these platforms to at least acknowledge the highly political nature of the individuals that work in them. Just acknowledge it. I mean, it's obvious to everybody. I mean, Mr. Zuckerberg spent, what, about $500 million impacting the 2020 election, took over the Green Bay election system in a highly partisan fashion. About 95% of the money he spent were in Democrat strongholds in Wisconsin. Can we at least acknowledge that there's enormous political activity going on, partisan activity going on within these social media companies, rather than just try and bury it? Let's be honest. Let's be transparent. But let's be honest in our transparency.
I agree with you on the request for transparency. In my experience, outside of whether someone had a certain political leaning or not, I didn't see political leanings shape the decisions that were made inside the company, per my experience and what I saw.
Okay, well, I saw it in their censoring the New York Post article prior to the 2020 election, and I think it's pretty obvious. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Langford, you are recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kane, you've spent a lot of time studying authoritarian regimes and how they use social media to be able to literally control their own populations. Chinese government obviously doing this with the Uyghurs and what they have done. In that case, you've spent a lot of time studying and going through. One of those features that's in TikTok, for instance, and in several platforms, is the permissions that's actually done there. When you join it, you use this free platform. The user gives ByteDance, TikTok, whoever it may be, the opportunity to be able to open their microphone, to use facial recognition, to be able to store data on that. How is that information used in an authoritarian regime?
An authoritarian regime such as China will attempt to get access to that data and use it to build artificial intelligence capabilities that might involve espionage, spying on military officials, government officials. This is a major Trojan horse that needs to be dealt with, and the Chinese government has made clear in its national artificial intelligence strategies that it does need data, that data is its biggest target.
Right. One of the things that I've seen from TikTok even recently is the ability to be able to keep up with keystrokes. If you use their app to be able to then go to other websites that they can then track your keystrokes, that would include credit card numbers, that would include passwords, user IDs, all of those things as well. Factual or not factual?
Factual. You are absolutely correct, Senator.
So they have made the statement publicly, well, we don't use that for any other purposes, we just maintain that. That is now owned by the Chinese government. At that point, if it's going through TikTok, they have access through that to be able to get usernames, passwords, facial recognition, everything else on this. So that's the building of a database system. This is not some hypothetical possible thing. This is actually occurring.
Precisely, Senator. This is occurring. This is the data so TikTok does gather large numbers of data, and there was one recent study by Citizen Lab, which does work on this, which found that TikTok does gather unusually large amounts of data from its users. There was the key logging software that was found recently and reported on. TikTok has said that they don't use this, but it's there, and if the Chinese Communist Party wants to get access to it, they have the power to do it.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Red, I want to ask you a little bit about a value system. You have a unique perspective from coming from Twitter and then outside of it to be able to look backwards on this. It's unusual to me that Twitter is blocked in many authoritarian countries, but yet the leaders of those countries are allowed to be on Twitter and to be able to put out authoritarian propaganda, basically. They're still allowed to be able to do that. Twitter's value system seems to shift from country to country based on that country. Even if that country blocks them from a platform, they're still allowed to be able to put out the propaganda from that platform. Tell me if am I wrong on this? What have you seen?
So Twitter certainly is obligated to follow the laws of all the countries in it's operated.
Sure.
I think that's a consequence of what you're seeing.
But it also seems to be a patchwork of values in these countries where in our country they'll say, we really stand strong for this principle, but in another country they don't.
I think that's a fair characterization.
So is that a problem long-term, or giving authoritarian regimes a platform through that is just a matter of having customers there, even if those countries actually even block the use of Twitter in their country?
So I think the bigger problem is the consequences of their overwhelming incentive model. So that is probably a not having that deeply specific about that example of per country variation. That is a consequence of trying to get everyone to use the platform and then being subject to some constraints, whether it's local governments or some other constraints. I think the broader problem is the consequences of who sees what content and what that does to people in the real world as a function of the incentive structure that is created for these companies.
Recent testimony on Twitter has come out that they have had on their team Chinese spies, individuals that work for the Indian government, individuals that work for the Saudi government that were on the staff and were funneling information back to those authoritarian regimes from the staff. I would assume Twitter has a process of actually going through and vetting their employees. I'm making an assumption that while you were there, you saw some of the vetting of how this actually happens. How are they vetting their employees, or to be able to evaluate individuals so they don't end up with Chinese spies, Saudi employees from the Saudi government, or required from the Indian government, for instance?
So it may have changed in the time that I was there. Certainly nothing, there is background checks and other things you go through when you get hired, but there's nothing I saw that made me think that process was designed to counteract a threat model of governments inserting spies. It was much more pedestrian of a process than that.
Would Twitter be, it seems to be a different issue when you talk about the Indian government saying we're requiring our individuals to actually be on your staff, to be able to be in the process, or to allow individuals, as was accused from the Saudi government, to be there on the staff. That doesn't seem to be a vetting issue. That seems to be a requirement. If you're in our country, we also require backdoor access, basically.
I'm not sure I'm familiar with the specific rules from India and Saudi Arabia in terms of operating the country.
Fair enough. But this is an issue. We'll have an opportunity in the second panel to be able to talk about this. Mr. Voland, you've spoken out often on the algorithms that are out there and dealing with basically how the platforms seem to engage angry comments. The angrier that you become, the more it helps the algorithm to be able to engage and to be able to place this. I have done a recommendation to Facebook for years to say, why couldn't the page owner, in that sense, be able to take the comments? If people want to make comments, those comments come to the page itself, that individual, but other individuals can't see it. So there's basically an option that you could create to say, I turn off the public viewing of all the comments. If you want to make comments to me and we want to have dialogue, you can do that, but it prevents people that make comments on my page from attacking other people that make comments on the page. Basically what Facebook has created is a place for people to scream at each other in a lot of the political dialogue, and it's pretty hostile, and then it reinforces the anger comments to continue to be able to drive that. What I'm describing to you of giving the user, the owner of a page, the option to be able to make the comments between myself and those that are making comments so they can't attack each other, is that technically possible to be able to do?
No, that's technically possible to be able to do. I think an important step for a lot of the product development work is back to this transparency point of if we could have researchers and academics involved in evaluating the different types of scenarios here and the trade-offs. I think that could move us a lot faster forward.
Yeah, the value system of Facebook seems to be that we want that engagement across and that anger and that attack to each other because that keeps people engaged. So instead of trying to lower the temperature and saying on this page the temperature is going to be lower, it seems to be high temperature as many places as possible. And the anger portion of it, and the anger emoji or anger responses seem to build in that algorithm to continue to accelerate coming back to that page over and over again.
Yeah, I think an important point that Alex has made is that the algorithm knows no temperature. It doesn't know if something's charged or not charged. It just knows whether it gets a result. It knows if it gets engagement. And so without there being a qualitative view over the kinds of content, the algorithms will just chase what they're told to chase. And they're really, really good at it. They're really, really good at going after the metrics that they're given. And as machine learning techniques improve, you'll see more and more of that. So, the idea that it chases that kind of content, if that's what gets engagement and that's what gets reaction, that's what's going to grow in the system.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Langford. Senator Romney, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Roeder, your comments about the incentives of a corporation are accurate, which is they're trying to make as much money as they can, and to do so, they're trying to get as many eyeballs as they can. Every newspaper, every magazine, every TV show, every broadcaster, every radio station does the same thing, which is how can we get more eyeballs, what gets more attention. And what we're seeing with social media is not entirely unprecedented. I imagine I wasn't around in the early days of broadcast, but I presume it was Wild West initially, and then there was threat of government intervention to tell you who could advertise and what they could advertise and what words could be said and how much sex and violence could be allowed. And the industry came together and said, okay, we're going to start grading things and establishing rules. Ultimately, from what I understand, the government also established an entity to establish rules for broadcasting, saying what you could show at certain hours of the day, how much sex and violence and so forth could be on broadcast networks. And we haven't done that with regards to social media. Social media is far more engaging and captivating of our young people, as well as many adults, than broadcast was. And I wonder whether we need to do this. One, whether the industry should not come together and talk about its own decision-making, the rules, where they draw the lines, and say, yeah, these are things we are all going to agree to. And if the industry doesn't do that, whether government should. Whether we should establish an agency to say, hey, these are the rules, and you're all going to have to follow them. Is the industry willing to take action of that nature? Could it? Should it? And if not, should government? And I'll ask you, Mr. Roeder, first, and then Mr. Voland and Mr. Kane.
So I think probably the best predictor here is just past behavior. So far, my observation is the industry will share information which is not the information you would share if you were genuinely interested in providing transparency. Brian's talked somewhat about sharing an average when you have a distribution which is so non-uniform that an average is not a useful statistic. We see that. We see exact numbers being shared. I view this as a two-step process. The first is we actually don't know what's happening on these networks today, and that's why a lot of the conversation about networks devolves into cherry-picking examples to prove something that I believe these networks are doing. And you can also prove that they have a bias in the other direction, depending on which example you cherry pick. The first step is we need statistically representative, unbiased, raw data that can be processed, and then we understand what they're actually doing. I think if we had a better view of what they were actually doing in a representative way, we could then talk about, do we believe their incentives are going to create the right outcome? What is the true impact of that? And then, faced with that shared understanding of what the networks are doing, it's possible, to your point, that maybe the companies would come together and decide to self-regulate because they realize the specter of someone else regulating them is worse. I'm not sure. But I think really the first step is demanding the transparency so we have a shared view on what's actually happening on these things.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Voland?
Yeah, I think that usually you see industries take self-regulatory steps when they feel like external pressures or legislation's impending. And,
right.
I don't believe that they feel that with the United States today. And I think that drives a decision from them to kind of let the status quo go. I think what's particularly terrifying is that we don't know what's happening on these platforms today. The nice thing about broadcast, excuse me, is that you know what was broadcast. Everyone could see what was being broadcast. With the way that our feeds work today, you have such a distribution of content that it can look at, on an average basis, that things are getting better. The industry could tell you, we're making improvements. Here's the average that shows you what we're doing. But for the person who has the 99th percentile most hate-filled feed, or the group of people who have that 99th percentile most extremist feed, they may be seeing an increase in the types of harmful content that we'll never know. So in an era where you see steps being made to reduce transparency, so Meta provided a lot more transparency 3 years ago than they provide today. That transparency is decreasing. None of the other platforms are taking steps in that regard to increase transparency. And you have an increased TikTokization of media, in that Facebook is now moving towards a TikTok model, where it's not just friends and family content, it is unconnected, algorithmically driven content. These kind of fringes, these pockets are going to grow. We'll never see them unless we mandate that we get to see them.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Kane.
Thank you, Senator Romney, for the question. TikTok has seen an alarming number of leaks get out in the press, which does suggest, and I have spoken personally with former TikTok employees who have been disgruntled, who say that the company is not transparent, that it's not doing what it promises. Since it has this connection to the Chinese Communist Party, it will not be transparent about what it's doing. This algorithm, we don't know what's behind the curtain. China is not a place that values transparency. It is a one-party authoritarian state and the most sophisticated police state in the world. I don't think we can count on a company such as TikTok or its parent ByteDance to do anything that will actually address the problems at hand. I think that, to be honest, this committee is uniquely placed to address this problem of transparency, because the subpoena power that can be used here, I think, would require TikTok to open up its emails, show us what's really going on, and show us what the China-based executives are saying with the American executives.
Yeah, I must admit I share your view in that regard, although I'm probably even more alarmist than you, which is I question whether we should allow an authoritarian regime to have a social media capability of the scale they have in our country, gathering the data they have. I think that's a huge risk for us. I have a lot of kids and grandkids, particularly grandkids these days, very concerned about their exposure to social media. Have other countries figured a better way, and I know I don't have a lot of time here, but a better way to try and reduce the draw and the compelling nature of social media? I understand China, for instance, between various TikTok segments, they have a 5-second gap where the screen, I guess, goes blank or something. But are we not doing even what other nations are doing to try and protect our kids? And I'll let anyone wants to respond to that. Maybe Brian, if you want to take that.
Yeah, it's a tricky one in that you're dealing with incentives you would mandate versus steps you'd like to see the companies take on their own. There are steps that you're describing friction, right, that slow down the kind of effective process. There are known steps you can take to introduce friction in the products.
Have other nations done? Have some of the other nations done some of those things?
I don't know of mandated friction. I think Europe has done a very good job of starting to move towards required transparency. So we'll see how that moves, but haven't seen the prescriptive type of product stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Romney. Senator Hawley, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to the witnesses for being here. Mr. Voland, let me start with you. Can you tell me, when were you at Facebook?
I was there 2009 through November 2020.
November 2020. Was it normal in the time that you were at Facebook for executives or team members at Facebook, not even have to be executives, to coordinate closely with the United States government?
I'm not aware of that.
You were never in any such meetings?
No.
You never had any contact with U.S. government employees in your time at Facebook?
Not that I can recall.
Would you be surprised to know that on July 16th, 2021, an employee at Facebook wrote to the Department of Health and Human Services saying, "I know our teams met today to better understand the scope of what the White House expects from us on misinformation going forward." On July 23rd, 2021, Facebook employee thanked HHS for taking the time to meet earlier today. Wanted to make sure you saw the steps we just took this past week to adjust policies and what we are removing with respect to misinformation. That included, I'm quoting, increasing the strength of our demotions for COVID and vaccine-related content. On April 16th, 2021, Rob Flaherty at the White House circulated a Zoom meeting invitation stating White House staff will be briefed on vaccine misinfo. On April 7th, 2021, a Facebook employee thanked the CDC for responding to misinformation queries. We'll get moving now to be able to remove all but that one claim as soon as the announcement and authorization happens. On July 28th, 2022, that's this year, a Facebook employee reached out to CDC about doing a monthly misinfo/debunking meeting. CDC responded, yes, we would love to do that. On May 11th, 2021, Facebook employees organized a Be on the Lookout meeting with CDC officials. On July 20th, 2021, Clark Humphrey at the White House emailed Dave Sumner and others at Facebook asking any way we can get this pulled down and cited an Instagram account. Within 46 seconds, Facebook replied, quote, yep, we are on it, end quote, and down the account went. Is that normal? Was that normal in your time at Facebook?
I don't have experience around that.
So you have no knowledge of anything like this. Nothing like this ever happened, and then presto, it started happening just suddenly in 2020 as soon as you left.
I didn't have personal experience of that, or I didn't hear
And you don't
about
know
it.
anything about it at all? You've never heard of anything like this happening ever?
I don't.
That's remarkable. I thought that you were the former vice president of partnerships, product marketing, partner engineering, marketing, strategic operations, and analytics at Facebook.
It's true.
And none of this ever happened. Why did it start happening, do you think, as soon as you left? What do you think drove this kind of collaboration where you have Facebook becoming an arm of the United States government, more specifically the White House, to censor private information, personal speech at the behest of government officials?
So it's hard for me to comment on the specific context of the content we're talking about, whether it was public content or whether it was personal content. I do know that from what I've read, and probably the same documents that you have access to, that there were a lot of steps taken around COVID response and COVID misinformation that may have presented a unique scenario and a unique situation where the company took steps to coordinate that way.
Took steps to coordinate, by which you mean to censor the speech of ordinary Americans at the behest of the President of the United States and his administration. I commend to everyone who's interested these emails, which were discovered as part of litigation led by the state of Missouri and other states as they're suing these tech companies, including your former employer, Mr. Voland, which for the record is one of the worst companies in America. And they've discovered this trove of information, extensive coordination, between Facebook and the Biden administration, targeting the speech of ordinary Americans. And by the way, for standards that are ever shifting. You know, early on, if you questioned if the vaccine had anything to, if you questioned that the COVID had anything to do with a lab, you were marked as disinformation, you were censored, only to have the President of the United States later admit that the possibility that COVID has some lab nexus is in fact a very distinct possibility that our intelligence communities think is actually quite a viable theory. We've seen the same thing with people who have questions about masks, who have questions about vaccine efficacy. It's really quite remarkable. Let me just ask you this. What safeguards, when you were at Facebook, what safeguards were in place to protect Americans from having their speech censored or having government censors like this access personal information?
So during my time there, the company was my experience with the company was more reluctant to take down speech and very careful about trying to remove content. I also don't think the company studied the content on the platform as heavily as you would like.
You don't think so they didn't do things like, not like what they were doing later when they were looking at particular private Instagram accounts and removing them at the behest of the White House? You're saying that didn't happen while you were there?
That's not a scenario that I ran across. It's hard for me to comment on a COVID pandemic response, which I think a lot of things were outside of the norm.
I'll just say this. I find it hard to believe that suddenly Facebook became an entirely different entity and was interfacing with the United States government in an entirely different way only when COVID happened. I mean, maybe, but I doubt it. Let me ask you, Mr. Redder, is that how I pronounce your name, by the way?
Redder, that's correct.
Redder, okay. Let me ask you this. You were an engineer at Twitter, is that right?
Correct, yep.
You were the senior vice president for engineering?
Yes.
So yesterday, Mr. Zatko testified to another committee I sit on that 4,000 engineers at Twitter had access to all of the personal information, user data, geolocations of Twitter users. Is that accurate?
So I've never met him, and he joined the company after I left, so I don't know if that particular claim is accurate.
But he said all the engineers, you were an engineer. Did you have access to user data?
When I was there, I don't know if it was all the engineers.
Did you have access to user data?
Well, I was the head of engineering for the whole company.
Did you have access to user data? I'm looking for a yes or a no.
Uh,
I'll just remind you.
no.
You didn't
But
have
I
access to
think
user
I could
data?
have gotten it.
I'm sorry?
I think I could have gotten it.
Oh, okay. Well, if you can get it, that's what we call access. So you did have access to user data. Is that a yes?
In theory, I probably could have, yeah. That's
Sorry?
probably right. Yeah, I probably
Okay, you did. Did you ever access any user data?
No.
Were you aware of Twitter engineers ever doxing members of users?
No.
Were you aware of Twitter engineers ever taking over an account and tweeting out or altering the content of that account? Mr. Zatko said he thought that had happened.
I'm not aware of that.
Lots to unpack there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hawley, Senator Rosen, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Chairman Peters, Ranking Member Portman. Thank you for witnesses for being here today. Transparency, accountability, I guess those are the words of the day, because we know that social media companies, of course, what do? I'm a former computer programmer. Data is power. How you analyze the data tells a story if you're smart enough to listen to it. And you collect the demographic behavioral data from consumers in order to enhance the predictive engagement algorithms to target the consumers with ad recommendations based on other content, perceived interest, or even vulnerabilities. This is really great when you're shopping for a new outfit or some new furniture. Maybe not so great when you're on an extremist or violent website or harmful or illegal content. And so when it comes to that harmful or illegal content, there has to be greater transparency into the platform promotion mechanisms, how the content ultimately spreads from platform to platform, so that I believe consumers, and I'll say not just the individual, we have small businesses, hospitals, schools, everyone are on these platforms in some form or fashion. So when we say consumer, we can go from the individual right up to our full national security, that we understand better the algorithms that amplify the content and how these things reach their feed. And so some social media platforms, for example, they have standards in place for removing content that promotes Holocaust denial or distortion. They're often inconsistent with implementing the policies, but the content flourishes. So I'm going to kind of cut right to the chase. And so, Mr. Redder and then Mr. Voland, is there a difference now in how predictive user engagement algorithms behave for harmful, illegal, or extremist content versus other content? And how might we modify or regulate an otherwise agnostic algorithm? It's math. It's agnostic, to your point, an agnostic algorithm to identify illegal, certainly illegal or extremist content. How do we take the agnostic out of the math? Mr. Redder.
So today the algorithms are doing exactly what they're incented to do, which is maximize attention on the platform. If you changed what those companies were accountable for, these companies are very smart. They have a lot of engineers and a lot of money and a lot of computational power. They would change what the algorithms do. So for example, if certain types of content if companies were penalized for sharing certain types of content, these algorithms would no longer promote that content because it would be not optimal for them to do so. The extra benefit they get from the attention and the usage would be outweighed by whatever the penalty was. So this is all possible. I think the two takeaways are, one, without transparency, we're not going to know what it's doing today. And two, they will behave optimally in the face of any incentive structure they have. So today it's just maximizing attention, and they're doing exactly what you would expect. But you could change that.
Thank you.
I think it's important to note that not only do we not know what's happening on the platforms don't know what's generally happening on their platforms. The turning point for me to go from having concerns to being publicly vocal about my concerns was when Facebook said nothing on January 6th happened on our platform. And then it turns out after the fact that we find out that there's a lot of stop the steal on the platform, and there were internal concerns around it. In order to change these algorithms, part of it is understanding what is happening, and then as a society having the conversations about what do we think the right distribution is. Facebook has proven that with things like QAnon, after the fact,
Right.
after the fire was lit and burned through, they could then adjust it and actually manage the distribution of that type of content. So it is possible when we know what we're managing towards. The problem is that it's all after the fact. It's all after the damage has been done that you then go back and you say, okay, there's been this set of articles or conversations, and finally we go back to address them, rather than saying we have a whole community of researchers and people who could quickly spot things, raise the issues, and then adjust them. It's doable. It's an incredibly hard problem. Like, I'm very sympathetic to the fact that human speech is very complicated and very nuanced.
But the platforms have an unwillingness. They actually want to have this lack of understanding, so they have some deniability on the back end, if that's what you're saying is true. We don't know it's happening. Oh my gosh, it happened after the fact. So their lack of wanting to do the analysis ahead of time and understand their own platform, they're setting themselves up for deniability, in my estimation. But we're going to move on to cybersecurity because I have a few minutes left. We know the whistleblower complaint from Twitter's former head of security depicted they were unable to protect the 238 million users, government agencies, influential figures, heads of state from spam and security breaches. And the complaint alleged the company's servers were running out-of-date and vulnerable software and withheld dire facts about the breaches and lack of protection for user data. I'm really concerned about cybersecurity. Companies are laser-focused on growth, not laser-focused on protection, in my estimation. So individuals, again, small businesses, hospitals, schools, critical infrastructure, all of those things we're responsible for here are at potential risk. And so based on, both your experience working at Facebook and Twitter, is cybersecurity a high enough priority for the large social media platforms? And do the social media platform security teams, do they work alongside product development, application development to protect that cyber attacks? Do you have a hunt forward? Are you looking for these breaches? How are you working that? And how does this threaten our own security, even our national security?
So the teams, they do work alongside engineering, but it's not a primary driver the way product and growth and revenue is. You need to build something that drives usage and revenue and then make it secure enough. So in terms of your question, is it a high enough priority? The answer to that can only be known if you know the nature of the threat and if the bad actors trying to break in are being successful.
So there's no hunt forward operations built into these things for people trying to breach the data.
Sorry, can you say that again?
There's no kind of hunt forward. There's no way that people are really actively looking for data breaches. You're finding it after the fact in many cases.
No, there are in some cases some penetration testing and people trying to simulate breaking into something to learn. That happens.
And can you speak to it, Mr. Voland?
Yeah, my sense from Meta's standpoint is that they're quite good and quite invested in protecting people's data, and from a cybersecurity standpoint, which goes to show you that where there is a will and a desire to make progress on issues, I believe they can. This is an area where my experience is they're quite strong.
Thank you. I see my time is up, so I'll yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosen. Senator Hassan, you're recognized for your questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Portman, for this hearing, and thank you for our witnesses for being before the committee today. I really appreciate it. I want to start with a question that builds a little bit on what Senator Rosen was discussing, and this is to Mr. Voland and Mr. Redder. Terrorists have horrifically live-streamed their attacks on social media. These live-streamed attacks in turn inspire other individuals to commit future attacks. Are there ways for social media companies to quickly identify terrorist content so that it's not shared in real time? Mr. Voland, we'll start with you.
I know that particularly for live stream videos that Meta has put considerable resources in AI to try to spot these types of attacks and take them down quickly. I think they've gotten a lot better, obviously, than they were with Christchurch years ago. I think it's an incredibly hard problem. I'm not an expert on the extent of what's possible there, but I do think they've made strides.
Mr. Redder?
It's certainly possible. It's a hard technical challenge, but you can build algorithms to figure out in real time or near real time the content of videos. They won't be perfect, like any sort of classification or segmentation algorithm, but you could certainly do so. You could work on that.
I mean, this is an ongoing issue because, of course, we're seeing the acceleration from idea to action happening much more quickly, in part because of the influence of social media, too. So I thank you for that, and I'd look forward to following up with you both on it. Another question for the two of you. Facebook is currently running an advertising campaign which is touting the thousands of employees and billions of dollars that the company says it spends on safety and security. These numbers, however, are pretty meaningless without proper context, right? So what specific information or metrics should these companies provide this committee to help us fully understand their actual commitment to safety and security? And Mr. Voland, again, we'll start with you.
Yeah, you're 100% correct on the context of the numbers matter. I think when they first announced their $13 billion over 5 years safety and security number, it was in context of $50 billion in stock buybacks, right? So like a massive imbalance of investment. They also will give you numbers of employees. Numbers of engineers matter. So if you think about these issues, you can have employees who are non-technical who can be in what would be a review queue or a process to look at content, but the really important thing is engineering resources and how many engineers are put in these problems. I would really try to get from the companies an understanding of where they allocate their engineers for these types of problems, right? They don't need to show you their entire org chart and you get to know how many are working on metaverse and whatnot, but these are the numbers working on these safety and security issues, these safety issues, and this is how they're allocated by country, by topic, et cetera. I think that's justifiable to understand and to feel like we have a sense of whether that's adequate relative to the total number of engineering employees.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Redder?
I think what's important is that we get metrics that are of the form that show what results they're getting, not metrics that basically equate to, well, we're trying real hard, give us a break. That would never work. In Wall Street, you can't tell them we tried really hard to make profit this quarter. You have to actually show what the results are. So if you have transparency over the content and how the content is shared and the engagements on that content, we will be able to study. Independent people can look at, see certain content. Oh, certain content spreads very widely, other content does not. And then after this investment that they've made, has this changed or not? So we need metrics where we can measure the actual result, not just, I tried really hard, so please be happy.
And I'm sorry, one more quick thought there is that I worry that a lot of times, because it's so painful, we focus on these extreme examples of content, the live stream shootings. There is a broad swath of content that influences people that doesn't feel as scary. That's the stuff that terrifies me. And that's the stuff that we don't get to see without transparency.
Okay. I thank you both. I thank the whole panel for your testimony, and I'm very grateful for this hearing, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, Senator Hassan. During your opening statements, I think each of you discussed the product development process at these companies, and we've talked at length about that process through the hearing. Mr. Voland, though, you discussed how Facebook does not incentivize limiting the spread of harmful content, but of course prioritizes growth and revenue. So could you tell the committee generally what metrics inform employee compensation at the company? What goes into that?
Employees at Facebook, you kind of receive it's about rewards, right? And so the rewards that you receive is your cash compensation, your stock compensation, then promotions. And generally, if you're building products, you're rewarded on the success of that product. And that product success is defined by some set of metrics around whether that product is being used more. So let's pretend that you're building a video product. The things that you'll care about are the metrics around what are the total watch hours, so how many hours are being spent watching videos, what's the user growth, how many people are using that video product, where does that spread geographically, et cetera. You're incentivized on those hard metrics, and then you're not incentivized around, well, what kind of content are you growing your video with? What's the stuff underneath the hood that's showing up, that's driving this growth? That's not your problem. That's somebody else's problem. Now, there may be company-wide goals where they say, okay, for the company, we're going to, I wasn't aware of any sort of safety or trust goals, but they could theoretically create one. The problem is that doesn't drive individual behavior. Company goals are kind of there. You don't think about them. You think about what you individually and your team are goaled to deliver. That is always metrics. That's always product growth metrics and success metrics of the product, and not success in are we keeping people safe.
There's not a trust and safety metric.
For the trust and safety team, actually, my understanding is they've been disbanded and moved into a central team. I did not experience products like video or others carrying a metric that was incentivizing trust or safety.
That's not there. Mr. Redder, was that the case as well?
Yes, I agree with all of that. There's that promotion system, compensation system, review system. The problem with trust and safety metrics, typically companies they'll have 5 top-level goals, let's say, and maybe one of them is trust and safety. The problem is that is at odds with the other metrics, and the other metrics always win. And if I am an engineer building, say, a new live streaming video service, if I launch that product and it gets some usage, that is a feather in my cap. That's something I can say that I did. I can point to its effect. That will help me with promotions, compensation, career advancement. If at the last minute I decide not to launch that product because I realize I can't control some of the safety aspects and we shouldn't do it if we can't do it without certain safeguards, I get 0 credit for that. It's as if I've done nothing for the company over the last X months. So in that incentive structure,
you're in effect, you'll be punished, and your future advancement will probably be questionable as well.
It's no different as a product that I build and then I don't launch because it might not be safe is no different than if I just didn't show up to work.
Right.
In terms of the future credit that I get.
Not a good place for an employee to be.
Correct.
Not a good place, and you can change incentives, and you can change the way that people show up, not even just through goals, but through process. So. There was an example where when Facebook started as a desktop site and moved to mobile, Mark Zuckerberg required that all products that were demoed to him showed mobile in their demonstration, that they had designs around that. He kicked the first team out that came in without that design, and suddenly everybody was thinking about mobile designs. If in your process you created an incentive where you said, let's as part of every product design discussion is what are all the harmful ways this product can drive hate or drive extremism or drive polarization, you would have a radical change in the way that people showed up to those meetings and in the process thought about the negative impacts of their product.
Right. Well, Mr. Voland, before you left, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that you voiced objections about how Facebook recommendation algorithms were actually promoting extreme, hateful, and racist content. Is that correct?
That's correct. My concerns were specifically around racist content.
So what was the reaction from your senior leadership within Facebook when you expressed these concerns?
It was disappointing. So I raised the issues, particularly around the distribution of racist content that I was seeing in the CrowdTangle tool, and my concerns that we didn't understand it, and brought forward 3 steps that I felt would be very good internal steps to actually help mitigate the problem. 1, more internal researchers, 2, more data to external researchers, and 3, beefing up CrowdTangle to share more information. I had a range of responses from you're wrong, and that's not the case, that this is driving us, with no evidence, mind you, just I believe you're wrong, and no counter evidence, to some, this might be a problem, but not something that we're working on right now.
When you say no evidence on those statements that you're wrong, you work for a company that looks at a lot of data and makes decisions based on data, but this is something they wanted to ignore, basically.
Yeah, so a particularly concerning moment for me was when I had my moment where I really came to terms with believing that the product could be causing harm. I started to look at a variety of things that research teams were doing internally to understand what they were seeing. And the internal dialogue and the internal documents, many of which Frances Haugen has shared, were troubling. There was a particular document that was an overview of polarization research from, I think, June of 2020. And that talked about political polarization. And one of the lines said, we have not researched and have very little understanding of racial, ethnic, or religious polarization. That underinvestment was significantly concerning to me.
Yeah. Mr. Redder, one of the documents submitted by a Twitter whistleblower to the SEC last month was a 2021 study that he commissioned of the site integrity team's capabilities. The study found that Twitter planned to launch a new product, Fleets, just weeks before the 2020 elections. The integrity team, according to that document, I'm quoting the document, said, quote, had to beg the product team not to launch before the election because they did not have the resources or capabilities to take action on misinformation or disinformation on the new product, unquote. The report also found, quote, while product teams do elicit feedback for new product launches, product managers are incentivized to ship products as quickly as possible and thus are willing to accept security risk, end of quote. Are these findings consistent with the pattern of decision-making that you saw?
So with the caveat that that specific example happened after I was there and I can't speak to it, that's absolutely consistent. In fact, I would be surprised, given the incentives at play, if the product team had done anything else. One way we used to talk about product managers is they're, quote unquote, the mini CEOs of their product, and they get consultation from other teams, trust and safety, legal, finance, compliance, but it's their decision to launch or not. And again, there is no possible credit or reward from not launching, whereas there's possibly a credit or reward from launching. And because that they probably had more confidence that it would at least get some usage and potentially drive revenue, there's every reason to launch and not worry about the other issues.
Thank you. Thank you. Ranking Member Portman, any remaining questions?
Well, let me just follow up on that particular issue. Twitter Spaces, an audio function newer to the platform, was allegedly rolled out in such a rush, to your point, that it hadn't been fully tested for safety. Twitter lacked real-time audio content moderation capabilities when they launched it. We're told that in the wake of our withdrawal from Afghanistan, that was exploited. It was exploited by the Taliban and Taliban supporters who used this platform to discuss how cryptocurrency can be used to fund terrorism. First of all, is that accurate? Mr. Redder, maybe I'll start with you. And second, is that common for Twitter to launch products that lack content moderation capabilities? You said that sometimes they are under pressure to ship products as soon as possible. Was that why this happened?
So it is accurate that they're under pressure to ship products as soon as possible. And Twitter in particular has a history of being very worried about user growth and revenue growth. It's not the runaway success that Facebook or Google are. And so there was often very extreme pressure to launch things. And a saying we had is that if you walk around and ask enough people if you can do something, eventually you will find someone who says no. And the point of that was really to emphasize you just need to get out and do something. And again, the overwhelming metrics are usage, and you would never get credit or be held up as an example or promoted or get more compensation if you didn't do something because of potential negative consequences on the safety side or otherwise. In fact, you would be viewed probably as someone that just says no or has a reason not to take action. There's a huge bias towards taking action and launching things at these companies.
Yeah. So are you aware of this Twitter Spaces issue and the Taliban having exploited it?
That specific example, I'm not.
Okay. Do you think, assuming my example is correct, which I believe it is, that the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act, that PATA would have been helpful there to at least get behind the curtain and figure out why decisions are being made?
So I haven't read the draft of that, but that's it. From, if my understanding is correct, yes, having more understanding of what these products do and what sort of content is promoted and what the internal algorithms are that drive both decision-making and usage of the products, I think that'd be extremely valuable. And without any of that, I would expect examples such as this to keep happening.
On this trust and safety issue, and specifically the product development and business decision-making processes, Mr. Voland, maybe direct this to you. Meta disbanded its responsible innovation team just last week, it was announced. And did you see that?
I did. It was extremely disappointing.
My understanding is they'd been tasked with addressing harmful effects of product and development processes. So you're saying it was concerning to you. Why are you concerned about it? And tell us about how you interacted with integrity teams while you were at Facebook.
Yes, I know the people who led that team. Very, very high integrity, very intentional about responsible design of products, as the team was named. Without that kind of center of excellence that's helping to shape other teams, I fear that Meta is not going to continue to have that as a part of their conversations. You can think about that group as influencing and indoctrinating, if you will, the engineers who come to the company of how to start to think about some of these issues. It's less hard-coded into the incentive structure, which I think is a missing element, but would have driven really important conversations on how to ethically design products. Disbanding that unit, and I don't believe them when they say that they are making it a part of everything, that they're going to interweave it into the company. That's a very convenient way to dodge the question, in my view. I don't believe they're going to continue to invest in it if it's not a team. And this comes at a time when Meta is building the metaverse. We don't know how the metaverse is going to play out. I am extremely concerned because the paradigms we've seen in the past that we've started to understand around content and content distribution are very, very different in the metaverse. That's an area that if I were this committee, I'd spend a lot of time really trying to understand the risks of the metaverse. It feels very risky to me. It feels like the next space where there'll be underinvestment, and without a team like Responsible Innovation helping to guide some of that thinking, that's concerning.
Again, same question to Mr. Redder with regard to how to evaluate these trust and safety efforts in general, and specifically something like the Responsible Innovation Team and what impact it's having. Do you think that it would be helpful to have this legislation called the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act?
I think so. If we get from that more information to illuminate what these algorithms are doing and what the incentive structures are, that'd be extremely helpful. I think today we're operating in a vacuum. And what we see, a lot of the public conversation about this is people will cherry pick one example and use it as evidence of whatever their theory is of these companies are doing. That, of course, it must be true because this here is one example. The fact of the matter is these companies are so massive and there's so much content, you can cherry pick examples to prove almost anything you want about these companies. And without broad-scale representative data from which we can compute what is being promoted and then reverse engineer what the incentives must be, we're never going to see a change into the things they're optimizing for.
What are your thoughts on that, Mr. Voland?
Yeah, no, I think the issue that we face today is that is we have to trust, and without having a robust set of data to understand what's happening and make these public conversations, not company conversations, is critical. The Meta will like to tell you that they don't want to put their thumb on the scale when it comes to algorithmic distribution. The challenge is that these algorithms were built in a certain way that you're kind of leaning on the scale already. You just don't realize you're leaning on it. So these algorithms today are already doing a lot to shape discourse and to shape what people experience. We don't get to see it. And we have to trust the companies to share with us information that we know that they're not sharing. As I said earlier, I think the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act is a critical first step and we need to do it quickly because these things are accelerating to understand what is actually happening on these platforms.
Mr. Kane, you have the last word.
I do believe that there are a number of issues that were addressed here today that will have significance not only for our democracy within America, but the position of America in the world. There's been major changes that I've seen personally, having been in China and Russia and recently Ukraine, in the world of technology, in the world of social media. And my greatest concern is that we are ceding too much ground to authoritarian regimes that seek to undermine us, and to malign us in whatever way they can. The software that we're using, the AI, the apps, these are ubiquitous. I mean, this is not the Cold War where we had hardware, we had missiles pointed at each other. Now we have smartphones, and it's entirely possible and quite probable that the Chinese Communist Party has launched major incursions into our data within America to try to undermine our liberal democracy.
Well, that's a sobering conclusion, and I don't disagree with you, and I appreciate your testimony and our other experts. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ranking Member Portman. Let me just follow up on just a brief question on transparency. It's pretty clear. We need transparency. We need to have, though, the active involvement of researchers that use that data and researchers, whether they're academics or civil rights groups or rights organizations, journalists, everybody has to be engaged. one pushback we could get, I'd like your response, is that, do you think there's a ways that we can protect user data and still provide the kind of data that's necessary for these researchers? Is that possible? Mr. Rutter and Mr. Voland?
Yes, this is certainly, you will get that pushback as well as a bunch of other pushback, I'm sure. So one, it's possible we can obfuscate the data, we can generate random ideas, you can hide the personally identifiable information. Secondly, there are examples when third-party reviewers have access to confidential information, and because they operate in a professional manner and are well trusted, that doesn't mean it leaks out publicly. So, you know, one of the examples I gave was auditors in the course of certifying financial statements see a bunch of internal financial performance that, if it leaked out, would be extremely valuable to competitors. And the reason we have third-party auditors is they're allowed to balance the public's need for information with the company's need to keep information private. So we could do the exact same thing. There are secure computing environments. For example, there's a bunch of healthcare data in the world which has a bunch of personally identifiable information and very strict legislated privacy requirements around that. And that's managed in a way such that people can extract insights from the data without violating individual privacy. We could do the same thing here.
Right, Mr. Voland?
It is absolutely possible and doable. There are some hard aspects to it, but it can be done. I think there's two components that I think are favorable there. One, with the increased TikTokization of services, more and more content is public content. So you're really not dealing with issues around privacy and private data. For private data, Meta was able to solve it with their ads measurement system. So we built a system where we could connect the ads that people saw on Facebook with the purchases that they bought in a physical store. And we were able to do that in a privacy-safe way. If we can do it for ads, you can do it for these other areas as well.
Well, thank you, and I'd like to thank the three of you for your testimony here today. You certainly provided some very insightful contributions to what is a very important conversation. We appreciate your availability to be part of the first panel for this hearing. This hearing is going to resume this afternoon when we will welcome our second panel of witnesses, the Chief Product Officers of Meta, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitter. And so the committee will now go into recess, and then we will reconvene at 2:30 p.m.
We need to move, let's say, can you tape one of these above this, above these?
Okay.
So we need 4, and then I'll go make some copies. And then, can you move these, so these are like 2 here, 2 here?
Okay.
And then we need 3 more over there, right? And then we need 4 here. So I'll make like 10 copies.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
right, don't tape them to the benches, just tape them to the wall.
Okay.
So just right above,
So, okay.
yeah, and then I'll
Gotcha.
put these down. Thank you for helping with this.
Oh, it's no problem. So Jay, the second one is where all the media's gonna be here, right?
What?
The second, oh, he left. The second one is the bigger one, right? Where everyone's gonna be coming. Are you?
Our intern's in the hallway.
Oh, okay.
We're having him practice work.
Did they see what I like got right here?
Yeah. While we have him break his leg.
You know, just playing around.
Yeah.
Come to order. This morning, the committee heard testimony from experts and former executives at Facebook and Twitter that provided important transparency and context for how many of the largest social media companies operate. Independent and accurate information about how companies balance competing priorities or how they don't, who within the companies make those decisions, and how they build their products is incredibly difficult to find. This morning's testimony sheds some light on many of the areas that this committee and the public have questions about. I look forward to building on that testimony with our second panel of witnesses, who can speak directly to what steps Meta, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitter are taking to stop the spread of extremist content on their platforms. And I want to sincerely thank each and every one of you for being here today before us. As we heard from our panel this morning, as Chief Product and Operating Officers, you play key roles in your company's decision-making process. You set the agendas for the product teams who are constantly updating the apps and developing new features. You play a prominent role in setting priorities and determining what trade-offs to make among those priorities as product teams launch new features or make changes in the apps. This is the first time executives in your positions have appeared before Congress, and I really do appreciate you joining us for this opportunity to hear directly about your role at these very powerful companies. The platforms you are representing today reach billions of people around the world. Meta's platforms reach more than 3.6 billion people a month. TikTok has more than 1 billion users a month. YouTube reaches almost 2 billion people a month, and Twitter has more than 200 million monthly users. The reach is massive, and so is the influence that your platforms wield. Whether users are fully aware of it or not, the content they see on your platforms shapes their reality. And the business decisions you make are one of the main driving forces of that phenomena. This amount of influence may have a minimal impact on the average user of your platform, but we have seen firsthand how quickly dangerous and extremist content can proliferate online, especially to vulnerable communities or users already on the fringe, and alter how people view the world. Conspiracies like QAnon and Stop the Steal, hateful ideologies like white supremacy and anti-Semitism, and so many more examples of harmful content pollute your platforms. This extremist content can spread like wildfire, amplified by the recommendation algorithms and other tools your teams build to increase your company's audiences and profits. Extremists use the products you design to recruit and to radicalize followers and plot attacks, including the January 6th attack on the Capitol, our democracy, and our nation. There's no question that there is a relationship between social media amplification of this extremist content and the rise we have seen in hate crimes and domestic terrorist attacks that mark one of the gravest threats to our homeland security. Despite these serious threats, I'm concerned that your companies have still not taken the necessary steps to limit the spread of the hateful, dangerous, and extremist content that has motivated real-world violence. So that we all understand exactly the type of extremist content we are discussing today and how challenging this problem is to tackle, it's clearly a challenge, I'd like to take a moment to show a few examples, if you'd check the screen. Should be sound.
With jaded eyes and features that's a huge part of the problem globally is shadow banking.
And who's behind it?
Well, we talked about it, Stico, a lot of Jews. A lot of Jews. I don't know how. I know how you guys feel about that, but it's true.
Dear IRS, we the people accept your civil war. We've been waiting for this for a long time. If you bring guns to our homes, guess what? We have guns too.
This morning, we heard from former executives that your companies have no incentive to effectively address the problem that this content creates or prioritize the safety of your users as you build and introduce new social media products. Instead, like any for-profit company, your incentives are to prioritize user engagement, grow your platforms, and generate revenue. I have asked you to appear before the committee today to answer questions about your company's incentives and priorities, how these incentives are reflected in how you compensate and promote your product development engineers, managers, and other employees, and to provide important insight into your decision-making process. I want to thank you again for joining us today. I'm looking forward to this conversation so that our committee and the public can better understand this serious problem and how it threatens the safety and security of our nation. Ranking Member Portman, you are recognized for your opening comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had a very productive hearing this morning with experts on the impact of social media on homeland security, and I look forward to our discussion this afternoon. And I want to thank the representatives here from Meta and YouTube and TikTok and Twitter. Thank you all for being here, and in anticipation of another good hearing. Appreciate your being very frank with us today and providing us the information we need to be able to move forward. About 300 million Americans now use social media. We know that social media has offered unprecedented connectivity, and that's often very positive. But we also know it has raised serious concerns for our children, our civic culture, and our national security. Terrorists and violent extremists, drug cartels, criminals, authoritarian regimes, and other dangerous forces have used social media in furtherance of their goals. They've exploited your platforms. Perhaps the most concerning consequence of social media is the ability for our adversaries to exploit platforms to harm Americans for their own geopolitical gain. As an example, in this second panel, I hope we'll discuss China's influence over TikTok, which is a social media app that at least 1/3 of Americans use, and a lot of young people. As the lead Republican and former chairman of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, I've been focused on China's malign activities for many years. In 2019, led a year-long bipartisan investigation which found that China recruits U.S.-based researchers to steal taxpayer-funded intellectual property and research for its own military and economic gain. Following this report, I introduced bipartisan legislation, the Safeguarding American Innovation Act, which seeks to stop U.S. taxpayer-funded research and IP from falling into the hands of the Communist Party of China, or CCP. 2 months ago, I issued a new report detailing China's efforts to target, influence, and undermine the U.S. Federal Reserve. China has a pattern of economic and cyber espionage, and social media, for them, is just another opportunity. I am highly concerned about TikTok and how China may be leveraging their influence to access the platform's data on Americans. Chinese law requires all companies operating under its jurisdiction to, in essence, allow the Chinese Communist Party to access every piece of data collected. Any company that refuses to comply with the CCP's demand is subject to severe consequences, as are individuals. Therefore, since both TikTok and its parent company, ByteDance, have a presence in mainland China, an expert witness this morning told us that TikTok's user data could be accessed by the Chinese Communist Party. We want to talk more about that today. This means that the CCP may have access to 100 million Americans' personal and proprietary information. As the U.S. government has warned, China's access to user data will allow it to extend its malign agenda and build dossiers on American citizens. The overwhelming popularity of this app with America's youth will allow China to collect never-before-accessed troves of data on our children, the future generations of Americans. But the challenges that social media poses to our children are not limited to TikTok. We continue to see the proliferation of child sexual abuse material online. I've been at the forefront of this for years. I'm proud that the Stop Enabling Sex Traffickers Act was signed into law in 2018. This was the first bill to reform Section 230 by removing barriers to both criminal prosecution and civil suits against websites that knowingly facilitate online sex trafficking. Because of this change in law, courts are beginning to affirm that Section 230 cannot shield Internet companies when they fail to respond to images of child exploitation and continue to profit from exploitation on their platforms. A specific case against Twitter is now being considered by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, for example, and will show if the law needs to be expanded in order to properly protect children. But it's not just Twitter. The fight continues on other platforms that are used to exploit children. Meta announced earlier this year that they would not report all explicit images of children and would instead, and I quote, err on the side of an adult, end quote, when moderating explicit images of could-be children. In other words, when the age of an individual in a sexual image is uncertain, content moderators are told to put their thumbs on the scale of that individual being an adult. To me, this is shocking. Let's be clear what we're talking about. This is child sexual abuse material, images of a minor's rape, exploitation. Somehow, at least what we've been told, is that Meta has decided that these should not be referred to law enforcement. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has made it clear that images must be reported if they appear to involve a child so that law enforcement can intervene and stop the abuse and prosecute perpetrators. I worked with colleagues across the aisle to draft this legislation, CESTA, and we crafted it narrowly so that it would be focused on ending trafficking and exploitation online. But it may in fact be too narrow if companies continue to turn away from keeping the exploitation of children off of their platforms. I hope my colleagues will take up the challenge of revisiting CESTA and tightening the standard so that entities showing a reckless disregard for the sexual exploitation of children are held accountable. I'm ready to be an ally in this fight even after I leave the Senate this term. I look forward to discussing these matters, especially regarding how product development processes appear to be at odds with user safety, as well as the need for more detailed transparency from the companies. And again, I look forward to the testimony. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Portman. Our first witness is Chris Cox, Chief Product Officer at Meta. Mr. Cox joined Meta in 2004 as a software engineer and has helped build the first versions of signature Facebook features, including the news feed. He later served as Director of Human Resources, leading the direction and tone of Meta's company culture. In 2008, he began serving as Vice President of Product, and in this role, Mr. Cox built out the initial product management and design teams before being promoted to Chief Product Officer in 2014 and began his role overseeing the family of apps in 2016. Before I ask you to have your opening comments, I skipped over an important part of the committee, and that's that it's the practice of this committee to swear in witnesses. So if the three of you would please, or four of you rather, if the four of you would please stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. All four of you in the affirmative, thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Cox, I've already had your introduction, so please proceed with your opening comments.
Thank you, Chairman Peters, Ranking Member Portman, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear here before you today. My name is Chris Cox. I'm Meta's Chief Product Officer overseeing our apps and privacy teams. I first joined the company in 2005 as one of our first 15 software engineers. I care deeply about the work we do to help people connect with things and the people they care the most about. It's important to us that we help people feel safe on our apps. and we stand firmly against the exploitation of social media by those committed to inciting violence and hate. That's why we prohibit hate speech, terrorism, and other harmful content. To enforce these rules, we employ tens of thousands of people, and we use industry-leading technology. We regularly publish transparency reports so people can see how we're doing over time and how we compare to other internet platforms. I'm proud that we've invested around $5 billion last year alone and have over 40,000 people working on safety and security, more than any other tech company, even adjusted for scale. And our efforts are making a difference. For example, we've reduced by more than half the amount of hate speech people see on Facebook over the last 18 months. People often talk about these types of issues as safety issues, but at Meta we also refer to them as integrity issues. Integrity is our way of referring to the work we do to prevent bad actors from abusing our platforms. This includes working to stop terrorists and violent extremists, and also bullying and harassment, scams, and other types of harm. As the Chief Product Officer, I'm proud that safety and integrity are key to the product experience. We build products and continually update them with safety and integrity in mind. It is a core part of our ethos that as we develop products, we constantly think about how people are going to use them and work to make sure they can do so safely. I know you have questions about our algorithms. Like most platforms, Facebook and Instagram use different algorithms for various features. For example, we use algorithms to help keep our community safe by identifying and removing content that violates our policies, including hate speech, incitement, and terrorism. This work often happens before anyone reports content to us, sometimes even at the point of creation. We use algorithms to rank the content that appear in people's feed and search results to help deliver relevant advertising and a whole lot more. I also want to stress that our goal is to help people see what they find most valuable. It is not to keep people on the service for a particular length of time, and it's certainly not to give people the most provocative or enraging content. In fact, key parts of those systems are designed to do just the opposite. We reduce the distribution of many types of content, including because they may be misleading, or are found to be false by independent fact-checking partners. At the end of the day, our job is to build the best product for people, and that's a product that is reliable, fast, safe, secure, and relevant. A product that connects people to content relevant to their interests and connects them to their family and friends. That's the product people want, and that's the product we wake up every day trying to build. We appreciate your attention to these important issues and look forward to continuing to work with you to find ways we can continue to improve our products, our processes, and our partnerships. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Our next witness is Neil Mohan, Chief Product Officer at YouTube. In his role, Mr. Mohan is responsible for YouTube products and user experience on all platforms and devices globally, including YouTube's core mobile applications, YouTube, YouTube Kids and Music, YouTube Red, and YouTube TV, as well as other design policies and services. Previously, Mr. Mohan was Senior Vice President of Display and Video Ads at Google, and prior to joining Google, Mr. Mohan served as Senior Vice President of Strategy and Product Development at DoubleClick, an advertisement company that developed and provided internet and ad-serving services before its acquisition by Google. In that role, he built the company's strategic plan, led the product management team, and grew the business rapidly. Mr. Mohan, welcome to the committee. You may proceed with your opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Peters, Ranking Member Portman, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you here today. As the chairman mentioned, my name is Neil Mohan, and I'm the Chief Product Officer of YouTube. In my role, I'm responsible for all of YouTube's products, our user experience, and trust and safety globally. YouTube's mission is to give everyone a voice and show them the world. Our openness is core to that mission and enables us to help billions of people around the world to learn new skills, discover emerging music and artists, and enjoy videos from their favorite creators. We're also proud to be a place where creative entrepreneurs can build thriving small businesses. Last year, YouTube's creative ecosystem contributed over $25 billion to the U.S. GDP, and we supported more than the full-time equivalent of 425,000 jobs across the country. Our commitment to openness works hand in hand with our responsibility to protect our community from harmful content. Responsibility is central to every product and policy decision we make and is our #1 priority. To that end, I want to make clear that there's no place on YouTube for violent extremist content. Our policies prohibit content that promotes terrorism, violence, extremism, and hate speech. Not only is the type of content harmful to our community, the overwhelming majority of creators, viewers, and advertisers don't want to be associated with it, meaning it's also bad for our business. In my testimony today, I'll provide more information on our approach to responsibility, as well as our policies and technology that enable our scaled enforcement efforts to combat terrorist content online. We have 4 pillars of responsibility. We call them the 4 R's. We remove content that violates our policies as quickly as possible. We raise up authoritative sources. We reduce the spread of content that doesn't violate our policies but brushes up against our lines. And we reward trusted creators and artists. My written submission explains each of these 4 R's in much more detail. This framework enables us to uphold our responsibility to the YouTube community and society while preserving the opportunities of an open platform. For us, safety and growth are intertwined. Violative content undermines user trust and satisfaction, deters advertisers from investing in ads on YouTube, and harms the creators that have built businesses on our service. Now let me discuss YouTube's policies prohibiting terrorist, violent, and extremist content. Our community guidelines set the rules of the road for content on YouTube. These policies explicitly prohibit terrorist organizations using our services for any purpose, and we routinely remove such material. We rely on a combination of people and technology to enforce these policies. In fact, machine learning is a critical tool in our efforts to remove violative content at scale before it's widely viewed. As a result of our ongoing investments in teams and technology, in the first 6 months of 2022, we removed close to 8.4 million videos for violating our policies. Over 90% of this violative content was first detected by machines, the majority of it removed before receiving 10 views. Our policies are complemented by our work to raise up authoritative content and reduce the spread of content that comes close to, but doesn't quite violate our policies. For news and information topics, our systems elevate authoritative sources such as news outlets and public health authorities in search results and Watch Next panels. And what we call borderline content is not widely recommended. We also share best practices on counterterrorism with our industry peers through the Global Internet Forum to Counterterrorism, GIFCT, which is dedicated to disrupting terrorist abuse of digital platforms. Responsibility is and will continue to be YouTube's #1 priority. Our business literally depends on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening this important hearing. We look forward to continuing to work with you to address these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohan. Our next witness today is Vanessa Pappas, Chief Operating Officer at TikTok. In her role, she is responsible for overseeing content, operations, marketing, and product teams. She previously served as interim head of TikTok globally. She also has extensive experience serving as global head of creative insights at YouTube, where she oversaw YouTube's global creator research and trends, audience development, creative strategy, and growth teams. Before joining YouTube, Ms. Pappas served as Vice President of Programming and Audience Development at Next New Network, later acquired by YouTube and Google, where she spearheaded business partnerships and audience development efforts. Ms. Pappas, welcome to the committee. You may proceed with your opening comments.
Great. Thank you for having me. Chairman Peters, Ranking Member Portman, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss how TikTok is delivering on our commitment to provide a safe and welcoming experience for our community, while also combating some of the real-world harms that are the focus of this committee's important work. My name is Vanessa Pappas, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer for TikTok. I live in Los Angeles with my family, and I've been in the United States for 20 years and have spent my career in entertainment and media. Prior joining to TikTok, I was an executive at YouTube. I'm passionate about creating safe online communities where people can express themselves creatively and discover entertaining and useful content. At TikTok, our focus on safety starts at the top, with a leadership team goal to strengthen safety and build trust. And this focus on safety and security flows through our product decisions. As a person who believes in the potential of online platforms to create amazing opportunities for individuals, for businesses, and for society, I am personally invested in this goal. And as an executive, there's no responsibility greater than protecting the people of our platform. TikTok's mission is to inspire creativity and bring joy. And more than 1 billion people around the globe enjoy the authentic, entertaining content that TikTok is known for. We know that with success and growth comes responsibility. We're committed to being an industry leader in safety and security and earning trust through the transparency of our actions. Let me talk first about safety and security. At TikTok, creating a safe environment means we make decisions that prioritize the well-being of our community and limit the potential of online polarization or real-world harm, even if those choices come at the expense of short-term commercial success. Our trust and safety teams have an active seat at the product development roadmap and before launch. Our terms of service and community guidelines are built to help ensure our vision of a safe and authentic experience. Our policies have zero tolerance for disinformation, violent extremism, and hateful behavior. Enforcement of these policies in the U.S. is led by our U.S. safety team in Los Angeles, which reports directly to me. TikTok has thousands of people working across safety, privacy, and security, and we invest heavily in technology to detect potential violations or suspicious accounts at scale. We also work to prevent the spread of harmful content. For instance, with the help of partners, including the U.S. intelligence agencies, we identify groups and individuals in the U.S. and abroad who promote violent extremism and hateful ideologies, and we work to eliminate that content associated with them. Examples include foreign terrorist organizations, drug cartels, and groups such as 3%ers and Oath Keepers. Anyone who searches for this content or related hashtags or keywords will instead be redirected to our community guidelines. Notably, TikTok was not the platform of choice for those who organized the violence at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. Of 686 references in DOJ charging documents, TikTok was mentioned in only 18. I'll next talk about trust and transparency. Trust is a huge component of safety, and it's hard to earn but easy to lose. We hold ourselves to a high standard when it comes to being transparent about our work on safety and security in order to build trust. You may be familiar with Project Texas, a critical and industry-leading initiative we have been pursuing for over a year. We are making progress toward a final agreement with the U.S. government to further safeguard U.S. user data and fully address U.S. national security interests. We look forward to finalizing this arrangement and sharing more when we are able. Since 2019, we've released community guideline enforcement reports which detail the type and volume of the content we remove. For instance, in the first quarter of 2022, more than 95% of the time, we discovered and removed problematic content before receiving any reports. We also disclose on the data on the requests we receive from law enforcement and/or governments. And finally, our transparency and accountability centers show how we moderate content and recommend content. We would be happy to arrange for a tour for members and committee staff, as we have for others, at your convenience. Just last month, we confirmed that our content moderation and recommendation models will be vetted and validated by Oracle. We recognize your questions and concerns and strive to lead the industry in meaningful transparency. Thank you again for inviting me today. We know that our work in safety and security is never done. These issues are of the utmost importance to TikTok, to our community, and to our industry. We are glad to be a part of a forward-looking conversation such as this one, so that we can better work together to address these critical challenges. I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pappas. Our final witness today is Jay Sullivan, General Manager of Bluebird, Twitter's consumer products. He concurrently serves as the Interim General Manager of Goldbird, Twitter's revenue products, and previously served as Vice President of Consumer Product at Twitter. Prior to joining Twitter, Mr. Sullivan worked at Facebook, where he led the development of Reality Labs' AI assistant, and then led the privacy, integrity, and systems product teams for Messenger and Instagram Direct, launching many user-focused features and improvements. Mr. Sullivan, welcome to the committee. You may proceed with your opening comments.
Chairman Peters, Ranking Member Portman, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about this important issue. My name is Jay Sullivan. I joined Twitter in November 2021. In April of this year, I became General Manager of Twitter's consumer product team. This team is responsible for the main features people use on Twitter's mobile apps and website. I'm also the General Manager of Twitter's revenue products team. Twitter's purpose as a company is to serve the public conversation. The open nature of our service gives a voice to a world of diverse people, perspectives, ideas, and information. We believe that Twitter is a force for good in the world. In the past year, we have seen people come to Twitter to get on-the-ground information about the conflict in Ukraine, to access life-saving information during natural disasters, and to exchange ideas about diverse topics ranging from news to culture to sports. The goal of the consumer product team is to increase healthy participation in the public conversation. We measure our success by how many people use Twitter and the health and safety of the platform. These two priorities go hand in hand. If people don't feel protected from hate, abuse, and harassment, they will simply leave the service. By the same token, advertisers don't want their brands, products, or services to appear anywhere near harmful content. They will simply pull their ads. This is why it's not in our interest to have harmful content on our platform. And this is why we set out to build features that promote a healthy conversation, and why we will pause, delay, or stop a product rollout if we have health or safety concerns. My written testimony outlines many steps that Twitter has taken to safeguard our service and improve health on our platform. I would like to use this time to explain my team's overall approach to health, which is built on three main pillars. The first pillar is integrating health and safety considerations into the product design and development process. We proactively and methodically assess risk and potential unintended consequences before we begin development of a new feature and through the development process. We also develop new features that incentivize healthy discourse. Some recent examples are the development of prompts that encourage people to read articles before sharing them, interstitial labels that provide context, Birdwatch, a community-powered annotation feature, Twitter Circle, and many more thoughtful health and safety features. But we cannot always prevent bad behavior. So we also build tools that enable us to identify and take action on harmful content, including machine learning software to help detect it. These tools enhance the customer experience by decreasing the burden on individuals to report content for review, and they improve the platform overall. The second pillar is developing and enforcing policies designed around health and safety. We have a team responsible for developing the Twitter rules, the policies and governance frameworks that prevent and mitigate harm to the people who use Twitter. This team does not report to me, but we work closely together. Twitter's policies prohibit terrorist and other violent organizations on our platform, inciting violence, harassment targeted at individuals or groups, and hateful conduct. Our platform integrity and authenticity policies address efforts to spread misinformation relating to civic integrity, moments of crisis, COVID, and synthetic and manipulated media. The third pillar is transparency and accountability. We directly engage with outside experts, formal public feedback processes, and research. For example, in 2018, we were the first in the industry to release an archive of potential foreign influence operations identified on Twitter, enabling a host of research on this important issue. This effort has now evolved into the Twitter Moderation Research Consortium. We also provide industry-leading research access to the Twitter API. Underpinning all of this work are our culture, our processes, and our technology. I and other senior leaders at the company work to encourage and empower every employee to contribute to the shared goal. I look forward to the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Cox and Mr. Mohan, the question is going to be directed to you. The dangerous QAnon conspiracy that started in 2017 spread unchecked on your platforms for years before you started to downrank and then banned it on your platforms. A February 2022 poll found that 16% of Americans now believe in this conspiracy theory. We heard this morning that your algorithms push sensational content. Mark Zuckerberg, in fact, said in 2018 that this is the, quote, basic incentive problem, end of quote. And he goes on to say that, quote, when left unchecked, people will engage disproportionately with more sensationalist and provocative content, end of quote from Mr. Zuckerberg. So my question is, if your recommendation algorithms are focusing on engagement, understand the business of business reasons for doing that, and provocative content that increases that engagement, because that's certainly the most engaging, is it inevitable that they will promote extreme content that you have not yet labeled violative, like QAnon? Mr. Cox, I'll start with you, and then Mr. Mohan.
Thank you, Senator. Just to start with QAnon, this is an organization that today is labeled as a violence-inducing network and so is not allowed on our platform. In general, we believe there is no place for terrorism, for violence-inducing content, for extremism across the network. We work hard to take that content down, and as we've talked about, we publish our results and work with law enforcement to make sure that we can do so quickly.
Mr. Mohan.
Senator, thank you for the question. QAnon on YouTube is deemed to be a harmful criminal conspiracy. We do not allow that content on our platform. We've been removing that type of content from our platform for years, given the nature of potential incitement to violence. But we don't just stop there. Not only do we remove the content because there is no place for hate, harassment, violent extremism, or graphic violence of any kind on YouTube, but we also make sure that when users are looking for information on our platform around a particular topic, news topic, what have you, we raise up content that comes from authoritative sources that includes typically mainstream media outlets, et cetera, that can put that particular news story in context. So we have a combination of a number of tools, those 4 R's that I alluded to before, that work comprehensively to make sure that this type of content has no home on YouTube.
Well, I appreciate that. I wanted to hear your response from both of you. I appreciate it has no home, and you're aware of that now. The intro to the question was that it started to spread in 2017. This stuff was on your platforms for years. So it took you a long time to come to the conclusion that both of you have just come to. But I want to get back to really the question that I have, is that we have a quote from Mr. Zuckerberg. We understand the business model, although I think Mr. Cox said it isn't necessarily to keep people on platforms. It is to engage. The more people are engaged in your platforms, the better from a business perspective. You'll be able to serve up more ads for folks, generate more revenue. And just as Mr. Zuckerberg said, that people engage disproportionately in sensational and provocative content. That content is actually good for your business. If more sensational, provocative content is put forward, get people to stay on the platform longer, you're going to be able to show them more ads. And so my question is, isn't that inevitable, that that's going to happen when you continue to put this content? I appreciate after the fact, and we're going to talk about your model up front to try to prevent some of this stuff from happening at the front end. I appreciate at the back end that you're going to take some action. How many people saw the QAnon false or the conspiracy theory? I said 16% of the American people now think this conspiracy theory is real. So you caught it, but not until 16% of the American people are part of this insidious theory. So tell me about the upfront. Why are you not engaged upfront before you launch products to understand and perhaps anticipate how things could be misused? I'll start with you, Mr. Mahan, this time, and then Mr. Cox.
Yes, Senator. So I appreciate the opportunity to clarify what I think might be a potential misconception in terms of our business model and what our incentives are. To be very clear, we have no incentive to host this content, to promote it in any nature, and that goes to the fundamental nature of what YouTube's business actually is. We're fundamentally an advertising platform. We generate revenue through advertising partners. We share that revenue, the majority of that revenue, with our creators. And so when we talk about the creator economy, all of those, over 400,000 jobs that we've created in this country, it is through that business model that generates revenue on behalf of our creators. And our advertisers have told us in no uncertain terms that they don't want to be associated with content that promotes hate, violent extremism of any sort, terrorism or what have you. And I have firsthand experience myself over the years when they feel that sort of content is on our platform, they walk away. And so we have not just a moral imperative, that's my top priority, living up to our responsibility, but also it aligns with our business goals. And so
I appreciate that, and not questioning that. Questioning is how long it takes to be able to identify this. This was up for 2+ years before the changes there. So, Mr. Cox, Facebook currently has an advertising campaign touting that you've spent $16 billion over the last 6 years on safety and security. I don't think it's just the amount of money that is spent, it's about the results that are most important. You're a very large company, and in fact, I think over the last 6 years, revenue close to $450 billion, so a massive amount of money, a relatively small amount relative to the total revenues of your company. In fact, I think it's equal to basically what you've spent is $1 per user per year for the entire globe. And in comparison, Meta spent over $85 billion on stock buybacks over the last 6 years, considerably more than you pay on trust and safety. So why is your company willing to spend so much more per year to drive up a stock price, but not willing to spend the money necessary to be able to pull down this dangerous content a whole lot quicker and perhaps actually be forward-leaning and design products from the get-go to eliminate the abuse of these platforms?
Thank you, Senator. This is an issue for the whole company, not just for the safety teams or for the specific investments that we talked about there. I expect every engineer, product manager, designer, researcher, data scientist, whether it's building a new product or whether it's iterating upon an existing product, to pay attention to safety. That's something that's built into the DNA of the company. It's something I personally care very deeply about. It's something we expect folks who are designing products to think about as a part of their work. And so in addition to the specific investment of 40,000 folks who work directly on safety and security for the company, it's part of the culture of how everybody at the company thinks about their work.
Well, I'm going to turn over to the ranking members. We have a number of members here, but I'm going to drill down a little further on that comment in a further round. Ranking Member Portman, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Chairman. I look forward to getting into this issue of the balance between free speech and the hate speech that leads to violence, because it is a line that has to be drawn. I know it's not easy, but I'm going to talk about one that I think is easier, and that is child sexual exploitation. I talked about it in my opening statement a little bit. We all know that the spread of this sexual abuse material is a persistent threat. In fact, we know that last year over 29 million reports came in of child sexual exploitation. That was a 35% increase from just 2020. So this is an increasing problem across the board, but particularly with regard to our kids. That's why I thought it was so unfortunate, Mr. Cox, when I learned about the Meta policy directing content moderators, and I quoted this earlier, but it's to err on the side of the person involved in sexual exploitation being an adult when they're unsure about the age of the person. Let me give you a chance to respond to that. This has been in the public media. Doesn't mean that it's true, I suppose, but is that truly what you directed your content moderators to do?
Senator, I know that first of all, this is an incredibly serious issue, and I appreciate your work on this issue. As a father of 2 kids, this is something I personally care about, making sure that we pay attention to as well. The work that we do here is in consultation with NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. We've been the most aggressive of the tech companies there. We've referred more content to them, I believe, than all the other tech platforms combined. That's both through the work we do on WhatsApp and Messenger, as well as across the family of apps. My understanding on this specific question is that we received direction from NCMEC to prioritize known CSAM content, which was the nudge that they gave us on where they wanted us to focus our time. I haven't been focused on that specific conversation, and I'd be happy to have the team follow up.
Yeah, so let me just be sure I understand this. You're blaming the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for changing your approach of moderators saying that we're going to assume that kids are adults if we don't know? I mean, NCMEC has said you have a responsibility, all of you do, to report all images that appear to involve a child so that law enforcement can intervene to stop the abuse and prosecute the perpetrators, period. And I can't believe that you're saying that NCMEC would want you guys to send out instructions to your moderators saying, err on the side of this being an adult if you're not sure. Did I misunderstand what you said?
Senator, I haven't been in that specific conversation with NCMEC, but I'd be happy to follow up on the details. I agree it's a very important issue.
Well, given your role, would you commit to, 1, getting back to me on it, and 2, ensuring that if that's true that you change that policy?
Senator, I could commit to getting into the details of the policy and make sure we follow up with the teams who work on it.
Okay. You're the Chief Product Officer. I would hope that this is one that you would follow up on and ensure it's not the direction you're giving your moderators, because that's what's been publicly reported. With TikTok, we talked about this earlier, again, in the opening statement. Nearly half of American kids use TikTok, as you know. That's your audience. There are a lot of risks there to privacy and national security, in my view. Ms. Pappas, I understand that TikTok is subject to the laws of the United States, but it's also subject to the laws of other countries in which it operates, United Kingdom, Germany. But with regard to China, is it true, yes or no, does TikTok have an office and employees in Beijing?
So I think this is another one for
Just
clarification,
yes. Just yes
of
or no.
which TikTok does not operate in China. And you are right in saying that TikTok is subject to the laws in the United States, as we are incorporated in the U.S. and California.
Do you have employees in Beijing?
Yes, we do, as do many global tech companies,
That's
including
fine. I'm
those
just
on
asking
this
you, do
panel.
you have an office in Beijing?
Yes.
Okay, and is your parent company ByteDance headquartered in China?
No, they are not.
ByteDance is not headquartered in China?
No, ByteDance is founded in China, but we do not have an official headquarters as a global company.
And where's the headquarters of ByteDance?
We're a distributed company. We have offices around the world. Our leadership team is largely in Singapore, but we don't have an official headquarters.
You have to be headquartered somewhere, and I think it's the Cayman Islands. Is that correct?
So the parent company was incorporated in the Cayman Islands. That is correct.
Okay, so you're headquartered somewhere, and it's the Cayman Islands. But you have a presence in China, and of course you comply with Chinese law with regard to your people presence in China, correct?
That is not correct. So just again, TikTok does not operate in China. The app is not available. As it relates to our compliance with law, given we are incorporated in the United States, we comply with local law.
Do you believe that the Chinese Communist Party has the right to access data collected by your company because you have a presence in China?
Sorry, again, Senator Portman, TikTok, the app, is not available in China.
No, you said you have an office in Beijing and you have employees in Beijing. That's a presence.
Yeah, so as we've said on the record, we do have employees based in China. We also have very strict access controls around the type of data that they can access and where that data is stored, which is here in the United States. And we've also said under no circumstances would we give that data to China.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad that you say that. It doesn't seem to square with what we know about the Chinese national security law, but I appreciate that that approach. U.S. military banned their own service members from using TikTok for this reason, as you know. And just last month, the House of Representatives warned lawmakers of the risk of using TikTok. These were members of Congress who were told not to use it. Our military is told not to use it out of concern for the user's privacy and national security. Do you think those decisions were wrong?
I wouldn't opine on the needs for an entertainment platform on federal devices, but I would say that TikTok is an entertainment platform first and foremost, and this is part of the joy that we bring to millions of people around the world. We are very much committed to the security of our U.S. users and citizens, which is why we're investing so heavily in this area.
According to a leaked audio obtained by BuzzFeed News, which I'm sure you saw, there are TikTok and ByteDance employees in China who can gain access to U.S. user data. So this committee will be now looking into the assurance of what you said, that TikTok would not give U.S. data to China. Do you have any response to the BuzzFeed News story?
Yes, those allegations were not found. There was talk of a master account, which does not exist at our company, period.
Will TikTok commit to cutting off all data and meta flows to China, Chinese-based TikTok employees, ByteDance employees, or any other party located in China that might have the capability to access information on U.S. users?
Again, we take this incredibly seriously in terms of upholding trust with U.S. citizens and ensuring the safety of U.S. user data. As it relates to access and controls, we are going to be going above and beyond in leading initiative efforts with our partner, Oracle, and also to the satisfaction of the U.S. government through our work with CFIUS, which we do hope to share more information on.
Can you make the commitment, though, that I just asked you to make, that you will commit to cutting off all data and metadata flows to China, Chinese-based TikTok employees, ByteDance employees, or any other party located in China?
What I can commit to is that our final agreement with the U.S. government will satisfy all national security concerns, yes.
But you won't make a commitment to agree to what I have now twice asked you about?
Sorry, given the confidentiality of CFIUS, I'm not able to talk specifically about that agreement.
I'm not talking about CFIUS. I'm asking whether you'd make that commitment today. Will you make that commitment?
I'm committing to what I've stated, which is we are working with the United States government on a resolve through the CFIUS process in which we will continue to minimize that data, as well as working with Oracle to protect that data in the United States.
This is part of the United States government, too. This is our oversight function.
And I appreciate that.
I'm concerned that you're not able to answer the question, except to say that you will not make the commitment to cutting off this data to China. You know, we think that all data collected relating to Americans and then accessed in China is a problem. We think it should be safe from exploitation by the Chinese Communist Party. And if the data is successful in China, as you have testified, then it could be exploited. So that concerns us. I've gone over my time. I apologize, Mr. Chairman, but I thought it was important to get the answers.
Thank you, Ranking Member Portman. Senator Carper, you're recognized for your question.
Thanks very much. A warm welcome to our witnesses. Mr. Mohan, thank you very much for spending time with my staff and me earlier this week. We appreciated that. I'm recovering governor, former governor of Delaware, and last Vietnam veteran serving in the U.S. Senate. Not everybody knows this, but the first state to ratify the Constitution was Delaware. Before anybody else did, we did. And for one whole week, Delaware was the entire United States of America. Those were times were a little less complex than they are today. But I thought throughout the many years I've now lived in Delaware a lot about our democracy, the formation of our country, and the formation of our government, and how we've rolled with the punches over many, many years. I never imagined how fragile our democracy could really be. Right after the Founding Fathers finished their work on the Constitution up in Philadelphia, Ben Franklin was leaving Independence Hall, as I recall, and he was asked by someone, passerby, said, "What have you wrought? What have you wrought?" And he responded, "A republic if we can keep it. A republic if we can keep it." Churchill has since described democracy as the worst form of government devised by word of man, except for all the rest. It's really a hard way to govern, and we live it and feel it every day and see it every day. Jefferson, who wrote the Declaration of Independence largely, as you know, also wrote these words, and he said, "If the people know the truth, they won't make a mistake. If the people know the truth, they won't make a mistake." And I think one of our challenges today, as we try hard to preserve our democracy, is people don't really know what the truth is, and they're not sure. And I'm not sure how to put that genie back in the bottle, but we need to certainly try. I have a question, if I could. I'd like to start off with Mr. Cox. And Mr. Cox, again, we thank you for joining us today. In your testimony, you mentioned that Meta has identified more than, I think, 1,000 militarized social movements and 270 white supremacist organizations on your platform, and removed some 2.3 million pieces of content from Facebook that are tied to organized hate. These statistics, which are deeply disturbing, are only from the second quarter, one quarter of this year, 2022. Well, I'm glad that y'all are tracking and removing harmful content. These statistics are indicative of a troubling trend of bad actors using social media to organize and mobilize their followers. To that end, Mr. Cox, what has Meta done to address the larger threat of these various groups or organizations and the content that they share? What more can and should be done?
Thank you, Senator. As I mentioned, we have community standards which outline that there is no place for terrorism, for militarized social movements, for violence-inducing conspiracy networks across our family of apps. We have 350 experts, folks who work with law enforcement to identify terrorist organizations, to identify VICNs, the acronym for violence-inducing conspiracy networks, to make sure that we have up-to-date information that we share with law enforcement in order to understand in a real-time basis which of these networks to prioritize and pay attention to. We publish our results quarterly. We publish a transparency report that outlines the prevalence of various categories of bad content. So just in case it's useful, around 2 in 10,000 pieces of content, 0.02%, is the prevalence of hate speech on the platform as of the most recent report from this last quarter. That's down from 50% 18 months ago. And each quarter we've released the report over the last several years, we've been able to improve on prevalence, which is a sign that our AI systems, our processes, our human systems, et cetera, are improving. And we believe that is the most important thing, in addition to having a transparent report on how we're actually doing on these numbers, so the public, so that outside experts, so that law enforcement, et cetera, can evaluate along with us.
All right, thank you for that. I like to say if it isn't perfect, make it better, so keep working on it. A question, if I could, for Mr. Sullivan on misinformation on Twitter. You stated, I believe, that Twitter makes clear in its guidelines that the promotion of disinformation is against your platform's policies. As you know, we've seen numerous examples, instances, if you will, of users sharing and disinformation during the coronavirus pandemic, previous U.S. elections, and the January 6th insurrection right here at this Capitol, just to name a few. Could you take a moment, please, and explain for us what policy changes Twitter has made in light of the rapid spread of false information and how it's been effective?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. And I appreciate the historical context. It adds gravity to what we're talking about today.
Winston Churchill also once said, the only thing, no, it was Harry Truman. Harry Truman once said, the only thing new in the world is the history we forgot or never learned. It's pretty good. Timely.
That's great. So these are serious matters. We have policies against COVID misinformation that have been evolving as we learn from what's happening in the world, and the same for the spread of misinformation. After the elections, well, our election work has been ongoing, but most recently we've been beefing up all of our policies against the spread of misinformation, and then we've tried to be more proactive as well. So for example, with what we call interstitials and prompts that give positive, valid, truthful information about things like voting, where you can vote, how when election ballots will be counted, and things like that, so that people not only debunk false information, but can receive vetted information in a way that feels more authoritative, so they know what's real and what's not real. There's always more to do, but our policies have been are always evolving, and our software is always evolving to catch these things earlier, so that people don't have to report them. We want to catch them before a person needs to even see it, and also adding these prompts and other user interface elements to prevent the spread of harmful information. So for example, not being able to retweet something or quote tweet something that is up against that line. So we're continuing to evolve the product every day. We acknowledge these are critical societal issues, as you've said. Thank you.
Yeah, if it isn't perfect, make it better. My time's expired. I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, to our ranking member, this is a valuable and invaluable hearing, timely hearing, and I just applaud your holding it and express our thanks to our witnesses for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carper. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I think based on the morning panel and this panel as well, we're talking about a problem that is my true definition of a problem, one that does not have easy solutions. Again, what is harmful content is all in the eye of the beholder. We all abhor violence. I certainly condemn white supremacists. I condemned, immediately, forcefully, repeatedly the violence on January 6th. But I am concerned about the bias of your platforms. The earlier panel would not give me any indication whatsoever, the percentage of liberals versus conservatives in your organizations. I don't expect you'll be any more forthright in that. But let me ask you this question. I know the chairman likes to talk about the white supremacists and January 6th. Democrats love talking about that. What about the 570-plus riots that occurred in the summer of 2020? 2,000 law enforcement officers injured. $1 to $2 billion worth of property damage, a couple of people killed in Kenosha, Wisconsin, dozens of buildings burned, a couple dozen people also lost their lives during those riots. Mr. Cox, have you deplatformed, have you throttled back or censored anybody that was involved in the organization of the summer riots?
Senator, these were
pretty quick answer. I got a lot of territory to cover.
Senator, domestic terrorism and extremism and calls for violence are against our community.
Did you throttle back? Did you censor anybody that organized the summer riots? 570 of them.
Senator, I can look at the specifics.
Okay, Mr. Mohan, did YouTube throttle back or censor any of the rioters in the summer 2020?
Senator, our policies apply equally regardless of who the
rioters
are.
So did you throttle back? Did you censor some of the organizations that were responsible for the summer riots?
We would have applied our policies equally regardless of where the riots were if it was a violation.
Can you provide me with the names of the people you throttled back that were responsible for the summer riots?
Senator, I'm happy to follow up.
Okay, good. I appreciate that. Mr. Sullivan, what about Twitter?
Twitter would have removed any incitement to violence that was on our platform, regardless of
so you did throttle back on organizers of the summer riots?
For any case where we see incitement to violence, we would remove that content and take
So
action.
your CEO, Mr. Dorsey, was before a Commerce Committee, I think it was in October 2020, And both Senator Cruz and I asked him whether your platform, Twitter, could impact our elections, and he denied it. Our three witnesses earlier this morning, completely disagree with Mr. Dorsey, said they absolutely, Twitter and these platforms can. Do you believe that Twitter can impact our elections?
I think Twitter plays an important role in the public conversation.
It's really kind of a yes or no answer. Can they impact our elections?
We're taking the
elections. Yeah, really, yes or no? I got a lot of coverage.
As I described to the previous question, we've put in place many actions and mitigations relating to elections.
Can you impact elections?
People try to use our platform to get messages out regarding elections, and we try to do our best to get
this morning I specifically talked about the fact that you censored the New York Post article about Hunter Biden. We have polls that said that had the American public known that, we wouldn't be in the ditch that we are right now. Mr. Mohan, do you believe YouTube can impact elections?
Senator, there is an open public debate that happens on YouTube every day, whether it's
can you impact? I mean, it's really a pretty simple yes or no answer.
Senator, YouTube is an open platform where there is debate.
And Mr. Cox, do you believe that Facebook can impact elections?
Senator, I think the public discussion that happens on our platforms are a part of the public
But you don't
discourse.
think by censoring material that you, specifically your management, can impact elections? Not what's occurring on your platform, but your management, your decisions, your censoring of information. Can you impact elections?
Senator, respectfully, with respect to the New York Post story you referenced, we did not.
I know you throttled it back, but can you, again, I'm not asking about that specifically. Do you have the power? Our earlier witness, Mr. Redder, said a small group of people run these companies and have substantial power over shaping the reality for billions of people. Can you just be honest? By the way, our earlier panel basically, to paraphrase, said don't believe a word you guys are going to tell us. But can you at least be honest with the American public and say, yeah, you have that power. You can impact the elections. Can you be honest with them, or are you going to sit there and say, well, people talk about things on our platforms?
Senator, we do think transparency about our decision-making around our content, around not just terrorism, but around misinformation. We take all of these areas of content seriously, and we publish our work. We do think the public deserves to know what our policies are and how we enforce them.
We are going to have another round, it sounds like, so I've got a lot more ground to cover. But let me just start. I think Senator Hawley did a great job of talking about how federal health agencies were in direct communication with, in particular, I think it was Facebook, possibly Twitter. We've also heard that, of course, Mr. Zuckerberg your Facebook was contacted by the FBI as relates to Russian disinformation, and we covered that in the morning. When it comes to how miserably we failed handling COVID, I think one of the problems was the lack of robust information using this marvelous device we call the internet. Doctors could have been testing out different theories of the case, sharing that experience, but they were shut down. They were censored. I want to ask each one of you, I'm 67 years old. As long as I've been alive, I've always been told if you have a serious medical condition, you really ought to seek a second opinion, because nobody has perfect information. I wish that there would have been some modesty exhibited by our federal health authorities, quite honestly, your platforms, in acknowledging the fact that we don't have perfect information. Maybe we ought to let some information flourish. People were censored, eminently qualified doctors who had the courage and compassion to treat COVID patients with cheap, generic, widely available drugs. So I just want to ask a question. Mr. Cox, do you believe that people ought to get a second opinion when it comes to complex medical conditions?
Senator, we absolutely believe that building a product where people have the ability to express their point of view is critical to what we do. It's critical to what people expect from the product.
You guys can you just answer a short question? Mr. Mohan, do you believe you ought to get a second opinion when it comes to complex medical conditions?
Senator, as we all recall, when the pandemic started, it was an unprecedented event in history where science was being created.
So maybe you ought to seek a second opinion. Do you think it's a good idea to get a second opinion, or do you only go to one authority?
There was
and put all your faith in one authority. No other opinion is going to be valid. Is that your belief?
Senator, we work with a wide variety of health authorities in this country and all over the world.
Okay, Mr. Sullivan, do you believe you ought to go get a second opinion? If you get diagnosed with cancer today, are you going to rely on just one authority?
As a patient, that sounds like common sense. Our COVID information...
Weren't we 330 million patients here?
Our COVID...
But we weren't allowed a second opinion, were we?
Our COVID...
And we weren't allowed by your platforms for that second opinion. I think hundreds of thousands of people lost their lives because you did not allow a second opinion to be published on your platforms.
Our COVID misinformation policy only...
was highly flawed, and I'll point that out in the second round of questioning.
Thank you. If I appreciate it only looked at information that was demonstrably and widely believed to be...
Okay, and I need a second round of questions, and I can point that out that it was not demonstrably false.
Okay. There will be a second round, Senator Johnson. Senator Sinema, you're recognized for your questions.
And thank you to our witnesses for joining us today. Every day, cartels post on social media platforms and recruit teenagers in Arizona to act as drivers for illegal operations. Lured by the promise of easy cash, these teens, some as young as 14 years old, take their parents' cars to the border and participate in smuggling and trafficking. Innocent bystanders and migrants have even died, while these teens, recruited by cartels on social media, flee law enforcement at high speeds. The Department of Homeland Security must do more to crack down on dangerous cartels' use of social media, secure the border, and keep Arizona families safe. My first question is for Ms. Pappas. I apologize. According to my office's conversations with Border Patrol leadership in Arizona, TikTok is the platform that cartels use most frequently to recruit Arizona teens. What steps does TikTok currently take to ensure its algorithms do not promote cartel-sponsored content? And can you tell me why have those efforts not been more effective?
Certainly, Senator. So it starts for us with our policies. Obviously, that type of content, any illicit activity, organized crime, including drug cartels, is strictly prohibited from our platform. So in that regard, we work with our trust and safety moderation teams to ensure that we're detecting that content through our technologies and also through human moderation to remove that content when found. Furthermore, as a platform, we don't have the same product features that other platforms do in terms of being able to have that type of organized behavior. So for example, we don't allow links through direct messages or images to be sent through direct messages. We also do not have group chat available. So those types of behavior to help organized crime are limited in terms of TikTok's platform. So any of the content that gets posted on TikTok has to go through our content moderation. Obviously, our work is never done there, but we're constantly working to identify that content at scale and remove it when found. And all of those numbers are also available through our transparency reports. Thank you.
So just a follow-up question then. If you're doing that content moderation and reviewing each of those, the posts, how is it that there are so many efforts that are successful on TikTok to recruit young teens to assist cartels?
We're striving to get that number to zero. Obviously, this is a challenging area for everybody in the industry in terms of being able to moderate our platforms, but this is something that we heavily invest in from a technology perspective as well as a people perspective. I'm happy to look into any of those cases, but I do know that when reports have been sent, that content is immediately taken down.
Thank you. Mr. Cox, my next question is for you. What is Meta doing, both on Facebook and on Instagram, to prevent cartels from using your platforms to recruit teens along our southwestern border?
Thank you, Senator. This is an important issue. It's sad. I really appreciate your leadership on this issue. We prohibit human trafficking. We prohibit these cartels. We work with law enforcement to identify the names of the cartels. And then we fan out systems to help us find instances of them across our platforms and take them down right away.
So my next question is for Ms. Pappas, Mr. Cox, Mr. Mohan, and Mr. Sullivan, the whole panel. As chair of the Border Subcommittee in this committee, I believe it's critical that each of your platforms work with the Department of Homeland Security to identify cartel content and prevent Arizona teens from being targeted for recruitment. So I'd ask you to answer yes or no. When you discover that cartels are using your platforms to recruit, are you willing to commit to sharing that information with the Department of Homeland Security as quickly as possible? Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, with the appropriate privacy and oversight, I believe we could do that.
Yes, similarly, following a legal process and privacy policy.
Yes, Senator, we would cooperate as long as there's a due legal process with the DHS and other law enforcement as well.
Similarly, we would commit to that provided privacy and legal concerns were addressed.
Thank you. Back to you, Ms. Pappas. Today's hearing is about product development, and in the case of TikTok, there's no product more important than the, quote, For You algorithm that offers content recommendation to users. There's a real risk that TikTok could alter its algorithm to promote or censor content on Beijing's behalf, whether that means silencing voices that are critical of China or promoting conspiracies or extremist content. Has TikTok ever altered its algorithm or promoted or downranked content based on the actual or perceived wishes of the Chinese government?
No.
And in your privacy policy, it says that TikTok, quote, may collect biometric identifiers such as face prints and voice prints. Has the biometric data of an American ever been accessed by or provided to any person located in China? And if not, is biometric data able to be accessed by anyone in China?
Let me clarify, because I think biometrics is one that is a topic that is hard to define, and everybody has their own definition of what biometrics means. So I will be clear in how TikTok sees this. We do not use any sort of facial, voice, or audio or body recognition that would identify an individual. So there's no way that we would be able to identify. The way that we use facial recognition, for example, would be if we're putting an effect on the creator's video. So you were uploading a video and you wanted to put sunglasses or dog ears on your video. That's when we do facial recognition. All of that information is stored only in your device, and as soon as it's applied to, like that filter is supplied and posted, that data is deleted. So we don't have that data.
And you're assured that there's no opportunity that during the time between the use of the imprint of the face print or voice print and the deletion, that there's no ability for anyone other than that device to access or capture that information?
That's my understanding, yes. I know it's a technical area, so to the best of my knowledge, the data is stored on the device. It is deleted immediately once you post your video.
I'd like follow-up. Neither of us are experts on this technological issue, but I'd like to get some follow-up from those who are.
Happy to, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I see that my time has expired. I have a few more questions that I'll submit for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sinema. Senator Padilla, you're recognized for your questions.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank you for holding this important hearing today. The companies testifying today offer users an unprecedented ability to access, consume, and distribute information. So, Mr. Chair, you're right to focus our attention on how corporate product design and investment choices influence the content that is produced and distributed. My first question for a couple of you is relative to content moderation. And we've been talking about that throughout the hearing here. Last year, Frances Haugen disclosed that at Facebook, 87% of all spending combating misinformation on Facebook was spent on English language content, despite the fact that only 9% of Facebook's users are English speakers. She also disclosed that trust and safety investments for users in countries other than the United States were abysmal. And an audit of Twitter's disinformation and misinformation work disclosed by Peter Zacko, who testified just yesterday in Senate Judiciary Committee, found that Twitter's integrity team lacked language expertise in the countries it was serving, even though 80% of Twitter users are outside the United States. Your companies make commitments to all of your users who are not just linguistically diverse, but culturally diverse as well. Question first for Mr. Cox. In your testimony, you state that you have over 40,000 people working on trust and safety issues. How many of those people focus on non-English language content, and how many of them focus on non-U.S. users?
Sure, Senator, happy to take your question. Our safety and security teams are deployed to help our users all around the world. Specifically on the question of misinformation, which you mentioned, we have 80 fact checkers operating in 60 countries around the world. Those fact checkers are certified by independent fact checking organizations. In the United States, we have 11 fact checkers, 6 of whom support Spanish language content. We also have partnerships with Univision and Telemundo to connect people with Spanish language authentic information around elections. We also offer an election voting center in Spanish language to Americans to help folks get authoritative information about where to vote that's tailored to their specific zip code.
Yeah, I appreciate the information you're sharing. Some that's been in your testimony, I welcome more. More is better. Do you have any idea of the breakdown of the 40,000 people I referenced? First of all, is that number roughly accurate? If it's significantly higher, let me know. If it's significantly lower, let us know. What I'm looking at is the ratio of English versus non-English. Do you have that data?
Senator, I'd be happy to follow up on the specifics of how those 40,000 folks are broken down.
Thank you. I would greatly appreciate that. Mr. Sullivan, how many members of your trust and safety team have non-English language expertise and focus on issues outside the U.S.?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. As a global company, this is important to us. We have about 2,200 people working on content moderation globally. I don't have the exact breakdown, but we can take that back to our team.
Please. Ms. Pappas, how large is your trust and safety team, and how much does TikTok invest in your non-English users and, I guess, non-Western users?
I don't have those numbers at hand, but I'm happy to get back to you on those as well.
Okay. Mr. Mohan.
Senator, we have over 20,000 people that work on content moderation all over the world. We're a global platform, as you know, supporting a couple billion users all over the world, and we endeavor to enforce our policies as well as make sure that our recommendation algorithms work equally well for all speakers all over the world. We support dozens of languages on our platform in all the countries that we operate. And to give you a couple of more concrete examples, here in the U.S., our support across all those 4 R's that I described in my initial testimony are not just about English, but other languages as well. So, for example, in Spanish, our policies are enforced. We serve up information panels, not just in English, but in Spanish. Those relate to topics like elections, how to vote, where to vote, etc. COVID-related information, because families are looking for that content, not just in English in this country, but we recognize in a number of different languages, including Spanish.
Thank you. I'd appreciate more detail and data from all of you. Speaking of data, as some of you may or may not know, my background is in engineering, so I am a big believer in data-informed and data-driven policymaking. In reviewing your testimony, and appreciate the data, some of the data that you did provide, especially around dangerous content found on your platforms, whether it's incomplete or a desire for additional data, let me just jump into a couple more questions. Mr. Cox, in your testimony, you say that Meta found and removed 95% of hate speech content before it was ever reported. Of the remaining 5%, how many users were recommended the content in their newsfeed? Do you have data along those lines?
Senator, I can offer data on prevalence, which would be the amount of content that appears across the averages of the content on our platform. So for hate speech, the prevalence in our last report is 0.02%, or 2 out of every 10,000 pieces of content.
Right. But you see where I'm going, right? 95% is a good number. The 5% that you didn't catch before it was reported, if it was recommended, 1, 2, 3, 5 times, that's one thing. If it's recommended tens of thousands of times or more, that's a different dynamic. That's what we're trying to get at. And if you don't have the data at your fingertips, follow up would be welcome.
Senator, we'd be happy to follow up on that.
Great. Ms. Pappas, in your testimony, you say that 88.4% of removals under TikTok's violent extremism policy occurred within 24 hours of being posted. Again, a good number, but it's not 100. For the other 11.6%, do we have a gauge of how long it took to find and resolve those items?
No, I'd have to get back to you on that. But similarly, we look at, the prevalence of content that would be violative, and for violent extremism, it was 0.01%.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, my time is up. Similar to Senator Sinema, I'll have some additional questions I'll submit for the record.
Very good. Thank you, Senator Padilla. Senator Hawley, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to all the witnesses for being here. Ms. Pappas, let me start with you. I have to say it's great to see you here today. I have repeatedly invited your company to testify before Congress. I invited them to testify to the Judiciary Subcommittee on Crime and Terrorism in November of 2019. I invited them to testify again in September of the following year. Both times we were stiffed. TikTok told me that they would set up a meeting with the CEO. They didn't want to testify in public, but they set up a meeting with the CEO after November 2019. They then canceled that meeting. So it's nice to see TikTok being willing to answer questions in public. It's a pleasant change. Let's dig into a few things if we could, specifically about TikTok's links to the Chinese Communist Party. In response to a letter from some of my colleagues, TikTok claimed earlier this year that the company has never shared data, never, with the Chinese government. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And has never shared data with the Chinese Communist Party, is that correct?
We will never share data, period.
My question was in the past tense. Has TikTok ever shared data with the Chinese Communist Party?
We have never shared data with the Chinese government, correct?
With the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes, correct.
Do you have any, have you ever shared it with two members of the Chinese Communist Party?
We have said many times, Senator, that we do have Chinese engineers based in China. I don't think there's any platform up here that would be able to speak to what you're talking about as it relates to the political affiliation of an individual. But I'm happy to assure you that we are ensuring the access controls around our data as well as the storage of that data in the United States.
So I think you're telling me that there are TikTok employees or ByteDance employees who are members of the Chinese Communist Party? Is that what I take?
No, I'm saying I wouldn't be able to verify that.
Oh, well, let me just ask you that affirmatively. Are there TikTok employees or ByteDance employees who are members of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I'm saying nobody that's sitting on this panel could tell you a political
I'm not
affiliation
interested about anybody's opinion. I'm asking you a factual question. Are there members of the Chinese Communist Party employed by TikTok and ByteDance, yes or no?
I wouldn't be able to tell you the political affiliation of any individual. What I can tell you is how much we're investing.
I know membership in the Communist Chinese Party is not exactly like membership in the Democrat Party.
Controls.
So I'm looking for an answer. You tell me you don't know? TikTok doesn't know?
Here's what I can tell you. I can tell you that our U.S. and Singapore leadership, there are no CCP members. I can tell you.
So you do know that, but you're telling me that you don't know if there are any members who are employed by TikTok or ByteDance, members of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I'm happy to share that we are putting access control.
That's not my question. My question is, that's not my question. My question is, are there any TikTok employees or ByteDance members, employees, members of the Chinese Communist Party? Yes or no?
Senator, I'm saying nobody could sit up here and give you that.
So you don't know? You're saying you don't know. You do know your leadership isn't, but you don't know about your employees. Is that your testimony?
I know that everyone who makes a strategic decision at this platform is not a member of the CCP.
A strategic decision. Okay. It's interesting. It's interesting to me that you're quite confident that anyone who can make a strategic decision. How many people is that?
It's our leadership team. So
number.
And again, the leadership team is based in the U.S. and Singapore. Our CEO is based in Singapore. He's not Chinese. Happy to go into the efforts that
Would it surprise you to learn that Forbes magazine recently reported that at least 300 current TikTok or ByteDance employees were members of Chinese state media and affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party?
Again, we don't look at the political affiliations or can't speak to individuals, but what I can tell you is we're protecting the data in the United States.
Well, apparently, though, you do look at political affiliation because you're quite willing to sit here and tell me that no one who has strategic input or make strategic decisions as a member of the Chinese Communist Party. So you do know very well, as a matter of fact. You just don't want to answer my other question.
We have thousands of people that work at the company, so I'm not going to vouch on the political affiliation of any particular individual. What
Have
I
you
can
seen the
vouch
videos
for-
of Chinese Communist Party members conducting training for TikTok and ByteDance employees in China? That's fake?
I do not know what you're referring to, but what I can tell
Has
you
that
is
happened?
any decision...
Has that happened?
Sir, I just said that I wouldn't be able to tell you. I haven't seen it. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I'm happy to follow up. But what I
Wait, I'm sorry. Let's go back. Let's see if we can cut through the mumbo-jumbo. I'm asking you if the Chinese Communist Party has conducted training sessions ever for employees of ByteDance or TikTok, yes or no?
Not for TikTok. TikTok, the app, does not operate in China. We are subject
You have
to US
employees
law.
in China. ByteDance has employees in China. Listen, we've been through this song
We
and
have-
dance, so let's just skip that. I've heard it all before.
Senator, I appreciate
Answer my
appreciate that.
question.
We're-
Yes or no? Have they conducted training for ByteDance employees or TikTok employees?
I can speak on behalf of TikTok, and the answer is no.
No, that's interesting. Do any TikTok employees based in China have access to U.S. user data?
As we have publicly said, yes, we have engineers in China.
But
we
none
are
of them are
working on
members of the Chinese
access
Communist Party.
controls. We are working on the access controls to minimize that
I've
data
heard
access.
that. I frankly don't believe
working
any
with
of
the
it.
United States and through the CFIUS.
Wait. So your testimony is that you do have TikTok employees based in China who do have access to U.S. user data, but you're confident that none of them are members of the Chinese Communist Party and have ever accessed it? Is that
Anyone
your
who
testimony?
has access to U.S. user data has and does so to perform daily duties. So if it is for the performance of site management, bug handling, but we have strict controls in terms of who and how our data is accessed. Furthermore,
And none of that's accessible to any member of the Chinese Communist Party. Is that your testimony?
we believe we have the strictest controls
That's
out
not
there.
my
and we're
question.
actually
That's not my
working
question.
with
My question is,
Oracle.
does anyone who have access to user data, are they members of the Chinese Communist Party?
I feel like I've answered your question.
You haven't, and I feel like you're avoiding it
No,
at
I-
every opportunity. So let me give you another one, since you're on the
Let me-
record and
can I
indeed
be
under
as
oath.
clear as
I would welcome you being
Okay,
clear. Do
thank you.
any person who has access to U.S. user data, are they members of the Chinese Communist Party? Yes
Let
or no?
me be clear again.
Yes or no?
For our U.S. users, the data is stored and housed in the United States. We have access controls.
You're not
in
answering my
place.
point. Let the record
And
reflect you will
for-
not answer my question. Why
For
not?
any of that data, it's overseen by our U.S.-led security team.
That's not
and
that's not my
monitored
question.
daily.
That's not my question. My question
Furthermore,
is, does
that data-
any employee who has access to U.S. user data, are they members of the Chinese Communist Party? You won't
And
answer
again,
that
as a
question.
global technology platform, there is no other company that could make that assertion either.
That sounds like a yes to me. I think that's news. You're familiar, I know, with this BuzzFeed article that says that according to leaked audio from more than 80 internal TikTok meetings, China-based employees of ByteDance have repeatedly accessed non-public data about U.S. TikTok users. Everything is seen in China, said a member of TikTok's Trust and Safety Department in a September 2021 meeting. In another September meeting, a director referred to one Beijing-based engineer as a master admin who has access to everything. These reports show data was accessed far more frequently and recently than previously reported. And your testimony is that this is false?
Correct.
All of this is false?
That is correct.
No, so there are...
Everything that you just stated, there is no such thing as a master account at the
that's not
company,
what it says.
period.
It says that someone is referred to as a master admin.
Well-
But you're telling me that China-based employees have never accessed non-public data of U.S. TikTok users?
No, we've already said on the record that we have Chinese employees who have access data.
Well, that's what this is saying. So you agree?
If you want to clarify on each individual statement, I'm saying that there is strict access controls around the data that is accessed in the United States that is overseen by our U.S.-led security team. We are working with Oracle.
That's
who
not what
have
this.
now-
That's not what this article says.
We disagree with the categorization in that article wholeheartedly.
Oh, well, here's the point. I know there are other senators who want to ask questions. I think we're going to have a second round. What the truth appears to be, besides the fact that we can't get a straight answer on any of these questions, is that you have hundreds of employees with, it appears, access to U.S. user data that may very well be members of the Chinese Communist Party. You have no way to assure me that they don't have access to our citizens' data. And you won't answer my question in a straightforward way about whether a CCP member has ever gained access or not. I think, from my own point of view, that's a huge security problem.
Senator, if I may, we are one of the most highly scrutinized platforms. There have been many cybersecurity experts who have researched our platforms, including Citizen Lab, which is a leading academic research unit based in the University of Toronto, who have said, and I am happy to submit this for the record for the committee, that our research shows that there is no overt data transmission to the Chinese government by TikTok. TikTok's program features and codes do not pose a threat to national security.
Wait a minute. Overt data transmission? Ms. Pappas, this isn't a hearing for you to testify at will. You're here to answer questions.
I'm providing you with information.
No, you're not. You're talking over me, and you're submitting the information from who knows who funds this entity, who knows who's behind it, who knows what it contains. I don't know. What I do know is you won't give me straight answers to my questions, and the reason, I think, is pretty clear, because your company has a lot to hide. You're a walking security nightmare, and for every American who uses this app, I'm concerned.
Senator Hawley, thank you. Senator Ossoff, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses today. Mr. Sullivan, in disclosures he's made publicly and to the Congress in his testimony yesterday, a former Twitter employee, Mr. Zatko, alleged that Twitter has made willful misrepresentations to the Federal Trade Commission with respect to its compliance with past regulatory action. Is that true?
I'm familiar with the allegations. I would point you to our statements that we made as a company that the company disagrees with much of the allegations. Now it's connected to an ongoing lawsuit, so I'm not able to address
my question,
FTC
Mr. Sullivan, is,
things.
has Twitter willfully misrepresented facts to the Federal Trade Commission?
I can tell you that Twitter disputes the allegations, is all I can tell you about those particular allegations.
So you can't tell me definitively, Mr. Sullivan, that Twitter has not willfully misrepresented facts to the FTC?
I would point you to what I just said.
Noted. So you do not deny that Twitter has willfully misrepresented facts to the FTC. Understood. I want to ask you about the logging of access to user data and the extent of privileged access to user data for Twitter personnel. Does Twitter, Mr. Sullivan, have in place a system by which you can determine definitively which Twitter employees have accessed private user data, for example, to include history of use of the platform, browsing history, direct messages, geolocation data, IP addresses?
So thank you for the question. I can tell you what I've observed. I've been in my role since April of this year. Our current leadership for InfoSec, all the privacy and access controls, has a robust process for access to data. So, for example, people have to have a business need to access certain data sets, right? So we have to operate the service. Some number of people need access to certain data sets. Our goal that's aligned with our privacy objective is to minimize that access to that necessary, to do your job function. So we have access controls, monitoring, logging. I receive, for example, new employee approvals. This person needs to be able to run this report. It's not at the granular level you're saying, but it's just to make the point.
Yeah, I do appreciate
we
the
have
overview,
pretty granular
Mr. Sullivan. I appreciate
monitoring.
the overview, but the specific question to which I'm seeking an answer is there a log event anytime a Twitter employee accesses the private user data of a specific user? Can Twitter determine every time one of your employees has accessed such private user data? Do you have that functionality? And it's really a yes or no question.
We have monitoring and logging and access control. It's always evolving and improving, but what I can tell you is I've observed it in action. I can't speak to every single system. We have a team that can.
Mr. Sullivan, I'll look for that and follow up. And I just want to say respectfully this. You're here before the U.S. Senate. serious allegations were made yesterday by one of your former employees, and I'm open-minded. I'm here pursuing the facts. Certainly in your responses for the record, it's going to help you to be clear, definitive, and precise, responding to yes or no questions like that one. Can you commit that in your written responses, we're not just going to get talking points and generalities, we're going to get precision and yes or no answers to yes or no questions? Can I get a yes or no question answer to that question?
Yes, I'm trying to
Thank you.
explain.
No, I just need a yes to that question.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
So yes?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Let me ask you, please, Mr. Cox. There's been substantial public reporting controversy and concern about the Metapixel product and the possibility that its deployment on various hospital systems' website, for example, has enabled Meta to collect private health care data, some of it potentially that would typically be HIPAA protected from U.S. persons. Does Meta possess or collect any health care or medical data related to its users or to U.S. persons?
Senator, not to my knowledge, but I'd be happy to follow up on that specific issue.
Okay. I'd like you to follow up and please, Mr. Cox, submit to this committee a comprehensive and precise answer to that question, which I will recharacterize in writing. We need to understand as the U.S. Congress whether or not Meta is collecting, has collected, has access to, or is storing medical or health data for U.S. persons or your users. Will you get me a comprehensive and precise answer to that question?
Senator, yes, we'd be happy to follow up.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Pappas, I overheard some of the responses to Senator Hawley's question. I'd like you to answer a question that, there's been significant topical focus on this throughout this hearing. In what ways does the government of the People's Republic of China, if at all, exercise influence over TikTok's corporate behavior or corporate policies? And I'm going to ask the chairman's indulgence and follow up for as much precision as I can get, so I'm going to humbly and respectfully ask you not to give me the immediate top-line talking points, but to give me a precise, particularized answer to that question.
In no way, shape, or form, period.
In no way, shape, or form, period, does the government of China exercise any influence over TikTok's corporate practices or policies? For example,
correct.
If you receive a response from the government of China to take down certain content for reasons that they state are related to their national security, do you comply with such requests?
No.
Do you comply with such requests if you receive them from the U.S. government?
If it follows due legal process, yes. We actually include all government requests for takedown in our transparency reports, in which you can see that China is not requested.
Thank you, Ms. Pappas. There'll be some follow-up questions for you there for the record. Appreciate all of your testimony. Thank you for answering questions for those which were answered. And, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Ossoff. Senator Langford, you're recognized for your questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you to all of you and your testimony. You've been here a long time. There's a lot of questions. You've gone through a lot of different issues. I apologize. I had to be able to run in and out real quick. Ms. Pappas, I want to be able to follow up on a couple of things real quick. You've answered a lot on China. Obviously, it's been a big issue. You know that. It's not like you went to TikTok and were shocked. There were issues with China and the possibility there. There are a couple of questions that have come up recently on this. One of them is the ability for TikTok to be able to track keystrokes after you leave the app. To be able to be on the app, click a link, to be able to go to another site and be able to track keystrokes. Is that a part of the app's design that you can do that?
No, it's not.
So that is not used, because it's been widely reported that is part of the app currently in its structure. Has it been part of the app and has recently been taken off? Or
the keystrokes one, to my knowledge, was basically an anti-spam measure, and so that was never collecting the content of what was being typed.
Was there an ability, though, to be able to track keystrokes on it after, as you're on the app, click on a link to be able to go to another page to be able to track
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, we'll follow up on that. Don't believe so on it. The other one is you still have offices all over the world, as you mentioned. A lot of your offices are in Singapore. The development, the original development of TikTok, it's my understanding it came from ByteDance. It was a Chinese development originally, and then it spread all over the world. Correct?
Yes, it was originally developed by the parent company ByteDance, but also Musically, the app, and the two were combined. But currently, and for a while now, there have been separate apps, separate codes, separate servers, and so on.
Are any of the developers that still work on the design still based in China in your Chinese office?
Yes, we've said that we have engineers in China, correct.
Well, that'll be one of the conversations we'll have in the days ahead to be able to follow up on what those access points are. There's an obvious consideration here with this committee and with others on national security issues of it's just well known that China has as a part of their law, they get access to anything that's with technology. And for China to have the possibility to have access to 100 million Americans, including most of our young people, that's an issue for us, and it's reasonable for us to ask hard questions.
We understand that concern, and I appreciate your question, Senator, which is why we're investing heavily in ensuring strict access controls, and we're working with Oracle. We recently announced that 100% of our user data is now stored in Oracle's cloud infrastructure, and we've further said that they will be vetting and validating our content moderation and recommendation systems. We really are committed to transparency and security on these top-line issues, and we're happy to provide further information.
Great. We'll continue to be able to follow up. Mr. Cox, thank you as well for being here, as for all of you in this conversation. I have a couple of questions here. One is dealing with the experts, as you mentioned in your testimony as well, that are actually helping with the fact-checking process. We did a little bit of digging in some of this, and obviously you've got a diverse group of nonprofits and think tanks and other folks that help with some of the experts in fact-checking, but there's also some that make us scratch our head a little bit on it. There was one of the groups that was dealing with coronavirus and some of the fact-checking early on that. That was actually a group of journalists. As we went through and looked at some of the credentials and all of which they were public on all these individuals, thanks for the transparency on that, none of them were medical professionals on it. So the challenge is, and not to be pejorative on journalists, but I don't run into a lot of conservative journalists. There are a few out there. The consistent fear is that conservative voices are silenced. And when I look at some of the groups that actually do the fact-checking, I don't find a lot of conservative groups that do this. Ms. Pappas, on the same kind of issue, as I go through for TikTok, they list as one of the fact-checking groups or them or their experts that are out there, the Southern Poverty Law Center is one of the places they go. Well, the Southern Poverty Law Center is considered the Family Research Council and the Alliance Defending Freedom, which are just pro-family groups and religious freedom groups, as hate groups. So if TikTok is dependent on the Southern Poverty Law Center to be able to find what's a hate group, the Family Policy Council is a hate group suddenly on TikTok. So the question is, how do you develop your expert groups? How do you make sure that they're actually balanced and that the advice you're getting on what that looks like is actually fair? Mr. Cox, you want to jump in first on the meta side?
Yes, I'd be happy to, Senator. So just on the issue of misinformation, we know that people don't want misinformation on the platform, and that's why we've developed a program to work with independent fact-checkers that are certified by the IFCN, which is an independent fact-checking network.
How do you make sure it's a balanced perspective philosophically?
I know that the IFCN has specific policies around looking for balance. I also know that there are folks on both sides of the aisle who are members of that network.
I would only say, how do you make sure it's balanced, not that organization make sure it's balanced? Because again, there is a perception, and I would tell you, I understand their perception because I have a lot of conservative organizations, churches, faith-based nonprofits, all kinds of entities that reach out to my office at home and here, and they'll reach out to me and say, I just got blocked from Facebook. We're trying to figure out why. They're not terrorist organizations. They're not violent. They're not anything else. They just got blocked. And they're trying to figure out if it's conservative ideology is the reason why. And so what I'm trying to figure out is who fact checks the fact checkers for you to be able to make sure that you're getting a fair perspective on this. You've got millions or billions of pages and entities to be able to track on this. When someone gives you counsel, how do you take advantage of checking that first to make sure it doesn't have a bias?
Senator, on the question of checks and balances among the fact-checker network, the system that we've set up allows fact-checkers to check each other and resolve disputed claims in that way, and we believe that that helps the system be more fair.
But I guess I'm asking still the same question. How do you make sure that that perspective is balanced? That it's not all fact-checkers that think alike?
Senator, ultimately, we believe that our platform is best for people when it can be a place for all voices and for all political points of view.
I agree.
That's in our interests, and that's in the interest, we believe, of the nation.
By the way, 100% agree. I'm trying to say to you it's not. That there are entities that really believe their voices are being blocked out, and that the individuals that are fact-checking them have a bias against them politically, not necessarily for violence or something else. And so that is part of the challenge here that I would challenge you on that. And for all of us to be able to make sure it's going to be fair and balanced on that. Let me move on to a couple other issues. Mr. Chairman, do I have an extra minute here I can go on it? Thank you for that. I have two quick other things that I want to be able to address. In Meta's terms of service, you state in your terms of service 3.2.1, you may not use our products to do or share anything that is unlawful, misleading, discriminatory, or fraudulent, or assist someone else in using our products in such a way. But you also have stated as Meta, we prohibit content that offers to provide or facilitate human smuggling, which includes advertising a human smuggling service, but we do allow people to share information about how to enter the country illegally or request information about how to be smuggled. Now, I'm trying to align those two, where you say you can't use our platform for any illegal activity, promoting illegal activity, facilitating that, unless you're illegally crossing our border. Then we're going to facilitate the use of our platform, in fact, has been excessively used to facilitate connecting with the cartels and the traffickers to be able to facilitate illegally crossing our southern border. Help me understand between those two, which one is correct?
Senator, we've been working with law enforcement for a while now on the very serious issue of human trafficking across our borders. We have folks at the company who specifically speak to law enforcement and border officials to make sure we have an up-to-date list of which cartels that we can use in order to fan out our systems and make sure we take them down. We have policies against human trafficking, and we have policies against those cartels to make sure that we're able to remove them as soon as they pop up.
But this is a meta statement that you said, we allow people to share information about how to enter the country illegally or request information about how to be smuggled. That is allowed already based on Meta's policy, but you also say we don't allow you to use this for illegal activity. That's what I'm trying to figure out is you either allow for illegal activity or you don't allow for illegal activity, but you look like you're trying to do both. We don't like smuggling, but we're facilitating people illegally coming into the country.
Senator, the policy here, as I understand it, is specifically about human trafficking and cartel networks that are facilitating illegal trafficking of people. I'd be happy to follow up with you on this.
Let's do. There's not a person that crosses our southern border into the United States that doesn't pay the cartel. As our Border Patrol will tell you, the border is secure. It's secure on the south side. When I was in McAllen, Texas, a couple of months ago, they said in that area, the cartels just in that area make $153 million a week trafficking people across the border. Many of those meet up with those people that are moving them across the border illegally through a Facebook platform. So that's a big issue to me, and it seems like Meta is being inconsistent in their terms of service about illegal activity. My last comment on this, and I really will make it my last comment, and I really do appreciate the time on it. I have for years, gone back to Facebook and said, I have all kinds of constituents at home that say to me, I would comment to you on your page, except when I comment, I get just ruthlessly attacked by people that politically disagree. And they click the angry button, they yell at them, they say all kinds of mean things to them when they comment on my page, so they just don't comment. And what's happened is political Facebook pages, and that's for everyone here, both sides of the aisle, have become places for anger and aggression. When you disagree, you go attack people that comment, that like someone politically, you go attack them instead. So what I've asked Facebook for years is, allow those of us that we know our pages are places where there's wide disagreement to be able to have the option to say, you can comment to me, but you can't attack the people that comment to me. We can have dialogue and interaction, but you can't have this angry interaction with each other on the page. Give us the option to turn that off so we see comments, we can respond back to people and have that dialogue and interaction, but you turn down the volume. What I've heard year after year from Facebook is that's not really what we do. What we do is interaction, but everyone knows the interaction there is angry, bitter, aggressive interaction. That's not healthy. So my request again to Facebook, which we've done in writing and in follow-up and in conversation, is you have the ability to turn down the volume to be able to have fewer angry emojis flying at people by allowing that interaction. Please do.
Thank you, Senator Langford, for the Senate 1 minute. Appreciate that. We'll do a second round, and because of the late nature, and you have, all four of you have been here a long time, if everyone could hold within, I was very generous in the first round. We'll try to make sure that we do the 7 minutes in this round, if you would. I want to get back to where we left off, which was on the actual design of these products up front. Not dealing with problems after they've already arisen and sometimes waiting years before you fix the problems. How do we put it in the initial design? So my question, Mr. Cox, is the Wall Street Journal reported last week that Meta shut down its Responsible Innovation Unit. These 24 employees were charged with identifying potential harms at the conceptual stage of new product design and change the design culture. Why was that eliminated?
Senator, thanks. Respectfully, on this team, because I saw this reporting as well, the work here was not eliminated. The specific team named here was a small team of about 20 people that was overlapping with our much broader integrity, safety, civil rights efforts across the company. And so this was a case of just moving that work into the teams where it was best positioned.
So you got folks, you just moved them into a different part. They're still there. So is it safe to say that this is happening across your platform with your design team? Is everybody on the design team, are they compensated based on the trust and safety of the products that you're putting out? Is that part of the metric?
Senator, when we look at health of any product, we'll look at trust and safety as a part of that. We'll look at security. We will look at relevance. We will look at a holistic set of metrics, both quantitative and qualitative.
No, I know. So let me be because of the time, because I'm going to hold everybody to 7 minutes here. So in the time, with the metric to determine compensation, does an individual in that metric, do they get compensated based on something related to safety and trust? Is that part of the actual, when they get their bonus at the end of the year, safety and trust part of that compensation?
Senator, so for bonuses, we'd
just say yes or no.
It is a part of how we look at the health of a product.
It's part. It's an actual line.
Excuse me, Senator?
It's an actual line related to safety and trust.
Trust and safety metrics are part of
if a product goes out that causes a lot of problems, they're going to be penalized for that financially?
Senator, we wouldn't launch a product if we believe it was about to be unsafe.
You would?
Once we do launch products, we evaluate things like prevalence, things like reports, and a whole host of metrics in order to understand the health of a product from a safety perspective.
But do people that get compensated related to safety and trust? Is just yes or no? You said yes, they do. I'll go down. Mr. Mohan?
Senator, building in trust and safety into our products is not just an integral part of our goals, so top-line metrics, it's our #1 priority, but it's also built into the product development process. So I know
it's in the process. I just want to know the compensation. Are they compensated specifically because they are working on trust and safety? Is every employee in your product team doing that? Yes or no?
If an employee builds a product that doesn't factor into account trust and safety, we simply would not launch that product for our users.
So we heard today that people had questions about launching of products, and they still got launched. That the trust and safety folks, thank you for your opinion, but we've got to launch this product because people are compensated. Second question, they're compensated based on growth and profitability, like other companies do that. You're not the only company that does that based on growth and profitability, but that's really the main driver.
Senator, as the Chief Product Officer of YouTube, I look after both our product development process and our trust and safety operations, and I can tell you unequivocally that we would not launch a product or grow a product that was at the detriment of our users' trust and safety.
If you launched a product and it turned out it wasn't like you thought and it wasn't really, wasn't trustworthy or safe, would the product designer lose their bonus? Would they be compensated?
It would factor into their performance reviews.
Okay. Ms. Pappas? Yes or no?
So safety and trust is a core priority for us.
I understand. Is it part of compensation?
Every trust and safety, like every feature rather, has trust and safety as a seat at the table. As we do our product development and launch process, we have actively delayed launches based on not meeting the merits of safety. So it is a top priority for us. We invest heavily in this to ensure the safety of our products at launch. And in regard to performance, it is one of the factors.
Mr. Sullivan? Be brief, please. Yes or no?
The health and safety is a top-line metric for the Consumer Products Organization, so that will affect how people's performance is graded.
So, you mentioned examples of where you may not have launched or haven't launched. I assume you all have examples where you have not launched because some issues were raised. I would certainly like to have that information. Would each of you commit to giving us an example so we have a sense of what actually is caught before it's actually released? Mr. Cox, could you give, or not now, but would you provide an example for us on that?
Senator, we'd be happy to.
Thank you. Mr. Mohan?
Yes, Senator, I'm happy to follow up.
Ms. Pappas? And Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, I also have examples.
Right, thank you. The other thing is how you deploy resources. We've heard a lot of numbers here, and I think the most valuable resource is just the number of engineers. So I'm going to go and ask you 3 questions, each of you to answer. We sent this to you last week to get it. We've been trying to get this information for a long time. We said I'm going to ask you this question today, so I'm sure you're prepared for the question because we asked it Friday. So each of you, what is the total number of full-time engineers you have in your company? How many of those engineers work full-time on ensuring trust, safety, or integrity of your platforms? And 3, how many engineers work full-time on product development? Mr. Cox.
Senator, the total number of engineers at the company is on the order of tens of thousands. It's in the
No, that's not what I asked. We asked a very specific question on Friday. Please come. We've been trying to get this information for a long time. We're going to ask you this question in the hearing, and you're saying you didn't get it. You don't have it for me? Okay. Mr. Mohan?
We have thousands of engineers that work at YouTube.
Okay, so you don't have a specific answer for me either. Ms. Pappas?
I don't have the engineer numbers, but trust and safety represents our largest labor expense for TikTok US.
Okay, so you don't have numbers. Mr. Sullivan, you don't have numbers as well? Or do you? I hope you do. Please, one of you do. We've been trying for months to get these answers. This is why we get so frustrated.
We have about 2,200 people working on trust and safety across Twitter.
And what's the total number of full-time engineers?
I'm sorry, that wasn't an engineer number. This is those that build and enforce the Twitter rules. We have several thousand engineers at Twitter.
So same thing, you don't have specific numbers as we asked. Okay. We really would like, would you commit to get me those numbers, Mr. Cox?
Senator, I'm happy to have the teams follow up.
That's a yes. Mr. Mohan?
Senator, I'll have my teams follow up as well.
Thank you. Ms. Pappas?
We are actively working to get you those numbers. Yes.
Thank you.
We'll follow up as appropriate, yes.
I thank you. We're just trying to work together and trying to deal. This is really a complex problem. We get it. I understand the complexity of the problems you have to deal with each and every day. We want to work with you, but we need to be able to have this kind of dialogue to get a better sense of what's going on as we go forward. So please do that. Ranking Member Portman, recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Not to leave Twitter out, I wanted to ask a question regarding the sexual material online we talked about earlier. As it said, this committee has been a leader in stopping human trafficking and specifically sex trafficking underage kids, and we've passed some legislation that's making a difference. Based on a website called Bark, I see that it advises parents on how to keep their kids safe. Among the top 5 severe sexual content sites was Twitter. This year it was widely reported that Twitter considered monetizing sexual content, meaning, as I understand it, people could actually get paid for pornography, basically, for putting sexual content online. My understanding this project has not been put on ice because a group of Twitter's employees found that the platform couldn't effectively separate out the child exploitation content, and I appreciate you did not go forward with this plan. According to Verge, the Twitter employees have said that despite executives knowing about the child sexual exploitation problems on the platform, they've not committed sufficient resources to detect, remove, and prevent this harmful content. Here's the news story, which I'd like to ask be made part of the record. So there are lots of issues here. One is you made the right decision not to monetize this explicit conduct at this time, which is really pursuing a pornography scheme as I see it. But I wonder if you can give us a commitment today to halting this program indefinitely so as to prevent the platform and bad actors from making money off of child sexual material.
Yeah, first, may I say, that we abhor CSAM, the sharing of sexual material. I appreciate your work there. I worked on this here and also at Meta, so I've been working on this for years. I made that decision to pause this idea. It wasn't a product. It was a set of people had an idea that they thought they might want to pursue. I said, I want to look at all the information here and learn about where we stand, what the risks could be. And I think this is how the system should work. We looked at a product in its very early ideation and did the analysis and got the perspectives and said this is not appropriate for us to be doing. So that's how the process went.
Okay. So you've made a commitment today not to pursue it?
We are not. Oh, sorry, I turned my mic off. We are not pursuing that.
And you've made a commitment not to pursue it in the future?
We have no plans to pursue monetization of adult content. That's correct.
You have no plans to do it? Can you just
That's
tell
correct.
us you're not going to do it? Can you just give us a
I'm not
answer?
planning to do it, no. Yeah.
You're not planning to?
I'm not doing it. How do I say this more
Good if you can give us-
clearly?
Just say you're not going to do it.
We're not planning to do it, no.
Yeah, can't get a planning out of there. Okay, not to, again, leave anybody out, Mr. Mohan, we haven't had a chance to talk yet. I want to ask you about something that is important to this committee, and I hope a way forward in terms of legislating and regulating platforms. Your platform's algorithms have been described as a black box, according to experts and researchers, meaning there's little to no transparency in the algorithms. I'm sure you've heard that before. And the question is there a way to come up with a transparency approach that makes sense as calls grow for Congress to pass legislation? I like the idea of having much better information than we have, getting behind the curtain and getting into that black box. That's why, along with Senator Chris Coons, I introduced this legislation, drafted this legislation called the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act, or PATA, P-A-T-A. And it would require the largest tech platforms to share data with vetted, independent researchers and other investigators so that we can know exactly what's happening. With regard to the privacy issues we've talked about today, or content moderation, product development, the sexual exploitation issues, key industry practices. So my question for you, Mr. Mohan, would you be supportive of legislation like PATA to get at this need for transparency for us to be able to legislate with better information?
Yes, Senator, I would be supportive of the spirit behind that regulation, and the reason why is because I agree with you. I do think that transparency around our practices, how we go about them, is an important thing. It's the reason why we've invested so heavily in our quarterly transparency report, which you may be familiar with. It's also the reason why we just a few weeks ago launched the YouTube research program, which is similar in my understanding to what the act that you're referring to is trying to get at, which is giving academic researchers access to our raw data, obviously in a user privacy sensitive way, where they can derive metrics or derive insights of their own based on that data. And we've taken it a step further where we will also provide technical support that these researchers might need to get at the insights that they're looking for. So I'm very bullish about that transparency program, and based on the feedback that we hope to get from researchers, look forward to enhancing it in the future as well.
Yeah, we are following your YouTube researcher program carefully. We're glad you created it. We want to see what the results are. We want to be sure these are independent individuals who will give actual information about, what the algorithms are, again, what's in the black box, so that citizens can understand it better, and as legislators, we can legislate better. So I think that's a positive step. With regard to PATA, can I hear from the other members of the panel how you feel about this legislation? We've shared it with all of you. Hope to introduce it soon. And again, it would be bipartisan, and it would be one that would, I hope, give us a way forward as a first step. Mr. Cox? Any
Senator,
thoughts?
thanks. I know our teams have been in contact with yours on this. We are aligned that more transparency about content on our platform is a good thing. It's a good thing for the public. It's a good thing for the company. We also have an academic research program called FORT, where we've designed privacy-protected ways of sharing information with outside academics and researchers. We've also released a widely viewed content report, which helps folks get access to which content is seen the most times on the platform. We also publish quarterly a community standards enforcement report, which gets into categories of content by region and shows the work we're doing every day. So we're committed to working with you on this, and we think it
Okay,
could be.
you've talked about regulations needed. Ms. Pappas, yes or no?
Senator, transparency builds trust. We were the first open platform to open our own transparency and accountability center. So for that specific reason, so people could take a look at our content moderation systems, recommendation systems as well. Last month, we announced that we'll be opening our API to researchers as well. So we'd be happy to support that legislation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sullivan.
Yes, we've been publishing data to researchers for years, and we're very open to anything that improves transparency, especially as AI moves forward. It's going to be very important.
Mm-hmm. It is important and it is needed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ranking Member Portman. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cox, just a quick little housekeeping here. Are you aware of a letter Senator Grassley and I sent to Mr. Zuckerberg on August 29th? We did get a reply on September 12th from Mr. Kevin Martin just saying they're going to respond. Are you aware of that letter? Asking for information, contact between yourself, FBI, Department of Justice, documents, names, that type of thing?
Senator, yes, I am aware of that letter, and I know the team is working on following up as quickly as they can.
And you'll commit to full response on that?
I know the team is committed to a response, yes.
Okay. Let's put up my first chart here. Back in November of 2021, CDC Director Rochelle Walensky stated in front of the HELP Committee, we have the most robust, safe vaccine safety system we've ever had in this country. In October of 2020, before the vaccine was approved, CDC's Dr. Tom Shimabukuro stated in a web seminar, said that VAERS, that's, VAERS is obviously something that Ms. Lewinsky was talking about. VAERS traditionally has provided the initial data on the safety profile of new vaccines when they are introduced. For COVID, vaccine reports will be processed within 1 to 5 days. Depending on the seriousness of the report, CDC and FDA received updated data sets daily, and data mining runs are planned to be conducted every 1 to 2 weeks. So this is an example of the timeliness and responsiveness of VAERS going back to H1N1. So it kind of sounds like they're going to really rely on VAERS, right? I remember part of that discussion, they were going to say, listen, we're going to take vaccine safety so seriously. If we get a report of a couple days of lost time because of an injury, we're going to be calling that individual up and we're going to be checking on it. So it really sounded like they had this all covered, right? Well, let's see what they actually did. I produced this chart because I took VAERS and FAERS seriously, and I started tracking this. And I started putting together this chart. And I want to quick describe what this is. The first 5 lines, the first 5 drugs, 4 of them are in the FAERS system, the FDA Adverse Event Safety System. Ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, dexamethasone, and Tylenol. You got the flu vaccines in there, that comes off the VAERS system. You have remdesivir, which comes off of FAERS, and COVID vaccine that comes off of the VAERS system. Now, I can see why the government really didn't like the way I put their data. This is their data. I didn't make these numbers up. This is off the FAERS and the VAERS system. But for whatever reason, Twitter censored this chart. Now, just quick, and I'll show you the current version, but the one you censored, it showed that ivermectin, on average, over 26 years, on average had 15 deaths reported on the FAERS system. Hydroxychloroquine had 69 deaths. Flu vaccines had 77. Dexamethasone had 618. Tylenol had over 1,000. Remdesivir, since it was approved, had 1,612, and the vaccines had 21,000 deaths. Okay, I mean, these are just the facts. And Twitter censored it. Do you have any idea why?
Senator, I wasn't at the company at the time, but what I can tell you is that we want robust discussion on the platform of any issue. A COVID misinformation policy was developed that seemed to me, and again, I don't develop it, but it seemed quite narrow to me. It seemed about
you censored, okay, I'm not going to get, you censored government information. Here's the current numbers, by the way. Over 30,000 deaths reported worldwide. 27% of those, by the way, have occurred on days 0, 1, or two. You didn't only censor this chart, you censored, for example, radio shows that interviewed me talking about FDA, CDC data. YouTube took down a video of this committee's hearing of an eminently qualified critical care specialist who'd saved thousands of lives treating people using what seems to me pretty safe drugs, okay? After 8 million views, YouTube pulled that video down. What would be the justification for YouTube pulling down a hearing of the United States Senate with a highly qualified doctor just giving a second opinion on how to save lives during COVID? Why would YouTube do that? On what authority? Whose authority are you censoring that information so the American public could not receive a second opinion and access drugs that might have saved their lives? Why would YouTube do that?
Senator, respectfully, as I was mentioning earlier, we didn't decide those policies on our own. We worked with third-party health authorities in this country that did include the CDC, the FDA.
Okay, so I will be sending you a letter, and I want to know who those health authorities were, and I want to see the communications between them. Will you commit to providing me that information for transparency's sake?
Senator, I'm happy to follow up on your request and also share how we develop that policy.
In July of 2021, talk about misinformation. This should have been the 2021 lie of the year. President Biden said, you're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccines. You're not going to get vaccinated. You're not going to go to be the hospital. Or you're not, if you're not if you're vaccinated, you're not going to be hospitalized. You're not going to be in an ICU unit, and you're not going to die. That's the President of the United States. Well, it just so happens we couldn't rely on the CDC and the FDA because they weren't honest, they weren't transparent, they weren't giving us data. So we had to go to Public Health England. This is a chart published from their technical briefing number 23. It covered the period from February 1st to September 12th, 2021. 593 cases, mainly Delta, 2,542 deaths, 1,613 deaths occurred with the fully vaccinated. So obviously, this was published, and they were publishing other similar information during that time period when President Biden lied to the American public that this was a pandemic of the unvaxxed, and if you got vaccinated, you're not going to go to the hospital, you're not going to be in an ICU unit, and you're not going to die. Well, 63.5% of the people fully vaccinated were dying in England at the exact same time. Why didn't you pull this? Have you ever labeled the President of the United States' comment as misinformation? Have you ever done that? Any of you? I'll take that as a no. So again, I just wonder, who are the authorities? Who do you think you are to censor information from eminently qualified doctors who had the courage and compassion to treat COVID patients when the NIH guideline was basically, if you test positive for COVID, go home, be afraid, isolate yourself, don't do anything until you're so sick. We'll send you to the hospital. We'll give you remdesivir, where we have 1,600 deaths so far. We'll put you on an event and we'll watch you die. You guys bear a fair amount of responsibility for hundreds of thousands of people not being treated, and I would say probably dying that didn't have to die. Hope you're proud of yourselves.
We are now in the second round here. Senator Scott will go to Senator Langford-Hawley, then you.
I will give back part of my magic minute here.
Yes, please do that.
And I will go short on this. I do want to follow through on a couple things there on illegal activity. You've all been very outspoken on dealing with sexual child predators, with different issues, drug trafficking. Those are all good things to be able to engage on. But it's fascinating to me that the platforms have chosen to say there are some illegal activities we're okay with. In fact, we're going to facilitate. One of those is illegally crossing our southern border. It's not hard for me to go to YouTube and I just type in how to cross the border illegally, and I get a video that says how to illegally cross the Mexico-U.S. border. It's had 1.7 million views, and it's been there for 2 years. And yes, I watched it, and it showed where to be able to cross, what highways to avoid, where the Border Patrol typically puts up stations, how to be able to look for different aspects. I mean, it in detail shows a video of here's how to illegally cross the Mexico-U.S. border and where to be able to cross and how to avoid Border Patrol. This has been up for 2 years, and it's had 1.7 million views. As I mentioned on Facebook, Facebook has ads that I can actually show you that are human smugglers placing ads in Central America, so people will know how to be able to connect with them, to be able to travel through Mexico, to be able to pay the cartels, which are a ruthless drug organization, to be able to get in the United States. My confusion on this is I don't understand why the platforms look at illegally crossing the border as we're going to look the other way when your user agreements say we don't promote illegal activity except for this one. Help me understand why that's different.
Senator, I don't know about that specific video. I am happy to follow up with
It's not just one, it's a bunch. That's just the first of many.
And I'm happy to follow up on those. But just in general, we do have very clear policies where content that encourages dangerous behavior, not just illegal behavior, but dangerous, harmful behavior, is removed from our platform. We have the 4 R's approach that I described in my opening testimony, where it's not just about removal of content, but also reduction of content, raising up authoritative sources. So in the context of people searching for that type of information, making news stories from prominent mainstream news outlets prominent. So we do try to have a holistic approach to dealing with this type of content on our platform. We're not perfect. We continue to improve both our policies as well as our enforcement. In this specific case, I'm happy to follow up. But we do have very clear policies against cartels, harmful criminal conspiracies, other types of organizations where their type of activity is not allowed on our platform.
Well, I would only say this particular video, which, by the way, this one's in English, this particular video even talks about how to be able to connect with a cartel and how much the cost is going to be when you get to the southern border.
Senator, I'm happy to follow up, but we do take our enforcement extremely
I get it.
seriously.
This part's not being enforced. That's what I'm trying to say to you, is that I do see all the platforms trying to deal with drug trafficking, but human smuggling and illegally crossing the border is not being enforced. I'm not asking you to solve it today. I'm raising it as an issue to say somehow we treat cartels different than terrorist organizations. Cartels are transnational criminal organizations that are making money off of moving people illegally into our country and making money off illegally moving drugs in our country. And I would like for our social media platforms to engage with a criminal organization and with criminal activity consistent to your own terms of service. That's it. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Senator Langford. Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cox, I know that Facebook has said in the past that it's their position as a private company, you're not subject to the First Amendment. I assume that hasn't changed. Is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
But the United States government is subject to the First Amendment. I think we can probably all agree on. Hopefully we can. Hopefully that's still true in this country. Is it appropriate for Facebook to work with the United States government to avoid the First Amendment, help the U.S. government avoid the First Amendment?
Senator, we do think it is sometimes appropriate to be in contact with government and with government organizations.
To help them avoid the First Amendment?
Senator, I'm not sure what specifically you're referring to.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think it's appropriate to work with the United States government to target private individual speech that is constitutionally protected?
Senator, I'm not aware of that.
Well, let me educate you. On July 16th, 2021, an employee at Facebook wrote to the Department of Health and Human Services saying, and I quote, "I know our teams met today to better understand the scope of what the White House expects from us on misinformation going forward." On July 23rd, 2021, a Facebook employee thanked HHS, quote, "for taking the time to meet earlier today and wanted to make sure you saw the steps we just took this past week to adjust policies and what we are removing with respect to misinformation. This included, and I'm still quoting, increasing the strength of our demotions for COVID and vaccine-related content. On April 7th, 2021, a Facebook employee thanked the CDC for responding to misinformation queries, and I quote, "We'll get moving now to be able to remove all but that one claim as soon as the announcement and authorization happens." On July 28th of this year, a Facebook employee reached out to CDC about, quote, "doing a monthly misinfo debunking meeting." The CD responded, "Yes, we would love to do that." I'm sure they would. On July 20th, 2021, Clark Humphrey at the White House, who's digital director of the COVID-19 response team, emailed Dave Sumner at your company, among others, asking any way we can get this pulled down, and cited a specific Instagram account. Within 46 seconds, your company responded and said, "Yep, on it." That sounds like what in the law we call a pattern and practice of meeting, coordinating, and colluding with the United States government to target particular speech that no one in any of these emails alleges is incitement, which would not be constitutionally protected. No one in any of these emails alleges it directly encourages violence, which would not be constitutionally protected. So it appears to all be constitutionally protected speech on, I might add, very politically sensitive topics that Facebook is directly working with the U.S. government to target and remove. Is that your company policy to do this kind of thing?
Senator, we were quite public about our cooperation with health organizations during the unprecedented time of COVID. We knew that people expected and wanted accurate information on our platform. We had conversations with the CDC, with the World Health Organization, and with other public health organizations, not just in the U.S., but abroad, in order to understand how to help make sure that folks weren't getting information that could cause imminent harm.
Fair enough. So you're saying that this was, in fact, company policy to have these kinds of meetings with HHS, with the CDC, with the White House directly, that you did engage in this behavior, and you think that it was entirely fine. Is that your testimony?
Senator, I do believe it's appropriate for companies like ours to be in consultation with public health organizations and with government.
And you can confirm that things like taking down a private Instagram account and adjusting your policies at the behest of the White House, and putting into place misinformation policies at the behest of CDC, that those things you think are appropriate. This was company policy to do so. Is that fair to say?
Senator, I'm not familiar with the Instagram account specifically that you're referencing, but we do know that people expected and hoped from the platforms that we would help them get accurate information about COVID during the unprecedented time, especially at the beginning.
Well, isn't there a difference between you as a platform putting forward information and censoring your users at the behest of the White House, the administration more broadly, and the CDC? Isn't there a distinction there?
We specifically wanted to work with public health experts to understand the relationship between information and behavior. And so we did consult with the CDC, the World Health Organization, and others to understand how the platform policies we built were affecting public health.
Well, you didn't just consult with them to understand how they affected public health. You actually censored on their behalf. I mean, you took these emails, I'm just quoting from a sample of them, which, by the way, have been disclosed in litigation. These emails show that you took censorship steps. You took down accounts. You planned misinformation policies. You adjusted your policies at the behest of the United States government. I mean, that's not just some theoretical thing. That's actually targeting your users' speech. But I appreciate your forthrightness, by the way. But you're saying you think that's fine, and that was your policy.
Senator, we've been public about our policies on COVID misinformation specifically, as well as on misinformation generally.
And so you think you're not concerned about any of this? Nothing that I just read to you, you're not concerned about it at all?
Respectfully, Senator, I think the balance of how to protect free expression as well as public safety is a difficult issue, but it's one we're committed to working with outside experts and publishing our work.
Well, I appreciate you being so forthright. As I said, this is actually from litigation between the state of Missouri and the state of Louisiana and the federal government. I anticipate that your remarks under oath today are going to be very interesting and helpful to that litigation. I'll just say this. My view is that the United States government is bound by the First Amendment. They cannot encourage or coerce or incite or collude with a private party to get around the First Amendment, but you've just said to me today that that's basically what they did, that you coordinated with them repeatedly over a pattern of months and years to adjust and target your speech policies for protected speech at the behest of the United States government. I have to tell you, I've got a big problem with that, and I think all your users should too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. To our panelists, it's at 5 o'clock. I know there was a suggestion of a break, but we're right down to the end here. Rather than break and come back and keep you here longer, we're going to plow right through Senator Scott, and then I'll wrap it up after that. Senator Scott.
All right. Thank you, Chair Peters. Thank you each for being here. It's critical for employees and officers of the FBI and DOJ to continue to have a mechanism for reporting concerns of fraud, waste, and abuse within their respective agencies to Congress without fear of reprisal from DOJ, FBI leadership. Whistleblowers from within the DOJ, FBI have come forward with concerns about the Department of Justice alleged political bias following the FBI's raid on the former president's home in Florida last month. FBI agents have reported similar concerns to individual Senate offices as well. We all need to ensure safeguards are in place so AG Garland does not retaliate against or intimidate FBI agents and DOJ employees who come to Congress as whistleblowers. Mark Zuckerberg recently disclosed that Facebook's restriction of a story about Hunter Biden during the 2020 election was based on the FBI's, quote, misinformation warnings. Additionally, emails and internal communications obtained by the journalist Alex Berenson in his lawsuit against Twitter have shown his removal from the social media platform was a result of pressure from Biden White House officials to silence his criticism of the administration's COVID-19 policies. These instances and several others show a clear and alarming pattern of speech suppression carried out in the direction of agencies and officials in the federal government. In other words, the federal government used private businesses to violate the First Amendment rights of our citizens. This also confirms the federal government used officials at the FBI to interfere in the 2020 election by manipulating the normal flow of public discourse and information sharing with false warnings about foreign interference and disinformation. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, questions that you just show by hands, yes or no. By show of hands, how many of you and your companies have been contacted by a federal agency, an agency official, or a member of the Biden White House with a request to remove, censor, or restrict access to a post or individual user on your platform? If you have, would you raise your hand and say yes?
Not aware of it.
So Meta, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitter all said never.
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
You would know, wouldn't you?
I haven't been in conversations with the FBI, Senator.
Okay, so no conversations. Okay, by a show of hands, how many of you and your companies have felt pressure to remove, censor, or restrict access to a post or individual user on your platform based on that contact with a federal agency or official? Is the answer to no from all four of you? So all four of you say no?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Okay. By a show of hands, how many of you and your companies have received a misinformation warning issued by the FBI? Everyone, you're saying no?
Senator, we have, I know that we have received warnings from the FBI and other experts about electoral misinformation in general and foreign interference in general.
By a show of hands, how many, but the rest of you have said no?
Senator, we receive information from from every administration about things like foreign interference in election results, et cetera. But one thing's very clear. We enforce our guidelines based on our community guidelines. So we're the ones that are making decisions about the content that's removed based on the guidelines that we publish transparently, not based on what a particular administration asks us to do or not do.
So your answer is you have never received a misinformation warning issued by the FBI?
Senator, no, what I'm saying is that we do receive information from the FBI in terms of imminent threats, foreign actors trying to interfere with our free and fair elections here in the U.S., and we take that into account in terms of the enforcement of our policies. But those decisions about the enforcement of our policies are made solely based on our community guidelines that we publish on our website.
So, Mr. Cox, so what I said about Mark Zuckerberg disclosed the FBI's restriction of story about Hunter Biden during the 2020 election was based on the FBI's misinformation warning. Is that untrue?
Senator, I wasn't in conversations with the FBI, so I can't speak to exactly what the conversation was. What I do know is that we were in contact with a number of organizations who warned us in the time leading up to the 2020 elections to be on the lookout for foreign interference in elections, and that's an issue that we take incredibly seriously.
But you should know if Mark Zuckerberg, right? Wouldn't you know?
Sorry, Senator.
Wouldn't you know it if Mark Zuckerberg was? He said that Facebook made that decision. You would know that, right?
Senator, I do know that if you're talking about the New York Post story, I do know that consistent with our policies, we made the decision to submit that story to be reviewed by independent fact checkers. It was never removed from our service, and we never blocked anybody from sharing that story.
Well, I know people in Florida that they were kicked off by putting the story up. So, all right, last one. By a show of hands, how many of you and your companies have felt pressure to act upon an FBI misinformation warning you received, such as by removing, censoring, or restricting access to a particular user or post that is the subject to that misinformation warning? So the answer is no for all of you.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, no for all of you. Okay, so every one of you said no. All right. Mr. Cox, in 2013, DOJ shut down Silk Road, the illegal online marketplace on the dark web, which featured over 13,000 illegal drug postings. In comparison, according to the 2020 Facebook Transparency Report, Facebook found 5.9 million illegal drug sale postings on Facebook and Instagram. That's 453 times more drug posting than Silk Road. If you found almost 6 million postings, how many millions of posts are you not finding? And if that's true, I mean, if Silk Road got shut down, what in the living daylights are you guys still doing in business?
Senator, we release quarterly reports on the specific answers to your question around each category of bad content on the platform. We do not believe the sale of illegal drugs has a place on any of our platforms. We work hard to fight against that. And we publish quarterly the updates on exactly how many pieces of content we take down, as well as how much we're able to take down proactively.
Okay. All right, I've got one more question, and this has to do with what's happened with my sheriffs. Do you collect stats on the average turnaround time for responding and resolving customer complaints like hijacked accounts or products that violate your terms of service? So, Jay, Mr. Sullivan, you say yes, no one else does?
Yeah, we have a goal of meeting a service level agreement to turn those around as quickly as possible.
Senator, we do look at how quickly we respond to requests from our creators who upload content to our platform, as well as viewers, and we're constantly looking to continue to improve our processes around that sort of request handling.
So TikTok does?
We do it as well, yes.
And Meta, you do it also?
Are you asking whether we look at turnaround times?
Yep.
Yes, we do, Senator.
Okay. Do you collect stats on the average turnaround time for responding to subpoenas issued by law enforcement agencies? Is that a yes for everybody?
Yes, Senator, we have a group that works to respond to subpoenas, evaluate them, and respond 24/7.
Okay. So I wrote to all your companies, and I asked, and none of you responded. I don't know if y'all realize that. Every one of you, I wrote and asked for information, and none of you responded in either of those questions. So here, let me just tell you what sheriffs are saying. So one of Florida Sheriff's Departments mentions there's no point of contact to send subpoenas. They're slow to respond. There is no sense of urgency on how they respond to even something that's even time sensitive. The perception, I can tell you from, I've talked to sheriffs all around Florida, is that time sensitive information, that it would impact a law enforcement investigation or a crime, you guys don't respond. How do you respond to that?
I work in the product organization. We wouldn't be the ones to receive that, but I can have our team get back to you.
Okay. Anybody else?
Senator, I'm happy to follow up. We do have a team that responds to those requests. We balance the needs of law enforcement as well as our user privacy when we're responding to those, as you would imagine. And we do take into account time sensitivity in terms of trying to respond to those requests. So I will ask our team to follow up with you as well.
So the questions I asked before that I sent y'all that none of you responded to, you'll respond to?
Senator, I'd be happy to have the team follow up. We take law enforcement requests very seriously.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Just got a couple follow-up questions, and we'll wrap up, and you'll be on your way. And again, thank you so much for taking so much time. You've been in the seat a long time. I've been here with you a long time. I'm ready to get out of the seat as well with you. You know, you have all spoken about how essential trust and safety is, how it's part of your culture and something that you're focused on. But I want to just reference a report that was commissioned by a Twitter whistleblower in the spring of 2021 that focused on its site's integrity team and misinformation. And it found that, quote, project managers are incentivized to ship products as quickly as possible and thus are willing to accept security risk, end of quote. Mr. Sullivan, as head of your consumer product at Twitter, would you agree with this finding in that report commissioned by Twitter?
The dates of that report would have been before I was in this role, but what I can tell you is that I've been in multiple product reviews where I push hard and our other leaders push very hard and work with our teams to strike a balance of safety in all that we do. So I can't speak to that report, but what I can tell you is how we operate now, and that's how we operate now.
Obviously, this report has a completely different conclusion than you have. And I just have to ask you, how can you say that trust and safety are important to your development progress when Twitter launched its Spaces product, despite your predecessor publicly stating that Twitter would not be able to moderate all of its spaces? It's my understanding that since the launch, it is documented that Spaces has been used by white supremacists as well as ISIS to spread misinformation, as shown in this poster. In fact, the internal report shown in this poster basically says, if I can read it here, we did not prioritize identifying and mitigating against health and safety risks before launching Spaces. Do you disagree with this characterization? I've heard you say on the record, we never, ever send anything out that we have concerns about. This is obviously very different.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. Since I've started in my role, which is April, I think the original launch of Spaces was well before that, we've been looking at health and safety across the board and working to improve it. In Spaces, for example, we've been continuing to beef up all of our reporting, our automatic detection, our language support. So we're working very hard to further improve the health of Spaces. And I think that's just one example of many that I could give you for how we're operating now.
Well, after the fact, after some of these things are released. Mr. Cox, and you also have talked quite a bit about trust and safety as being central to Meta's development process. Then my question to you is, then why, after several years of warnings by external organizations such as the Tech Transparency Project, does Facebook continue to automatically generate home pages for white supremacists and other extremist groups and terrorists such as ISIS, as shown in this poster right here for the Aryan Brotherhood, that it's a page that's been created. I guess it was taken down just recently, but it was on Facebook for 12 years. For 12 years, the Aryan Brotherhood. Doesn't this feature allow extremist groups to basically recruit members more easily because you're putting this up?
Senator, we believe there's no place for terrorism, for violence inciting networks, for militarized social movements. We believe there's no place for these on our platform. We use automated tools to find and take them down, as well as teams of experts dedicated to these specific problems.
And so your automated tools and teams, they were successful after 12 years. They were able to bring it down after 12 years. That's an acceptable performance?
Senator, I know that for 97% of terrorist content, we're able to get to it before anybody reports it. And also that we've been able to improve that number quarter over quarter, which is a commitment I will continue to make sure that we aspire to.
But certainly, any content that gets through and is disseminated very broadly can have catastrophic consequences and violent actions, and particularly groups like this where they have pages that are being put up by your company that are there for 12 years. I hope you would agree that that's unacceptable.
Senator, respectfully, we wouldn't have put this page up ourselves. but we do work hard to make sure that extremists and terrorist networks are not allowed.
Yeah, this is auto-generated. This was an auto-generated page.
Senator, I haven't seen this specific example. But
Well, I'd love to have you comment on this. If you could look at this example, and if we could have your written comments on it, I'd appreciate that afterwards. My final question, then we're going to let you go, seriously. When your product teams are testing new products or features, I know that you track engagement and growth, a pretty fundamental part of the work that you do. My question to you, and this is to each of you, do you consistently measure the impacts of these new features on societal harms like misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, and terrorism? If you could just give me a yes or no question. We'll start with you, Mr. Sullivan, work that way on the yes or no, please.
Yeah, depending on the feature and which of those harms might apply, we go deep into those and analyze those, yes.
So I would like you to, so it's yes. If you go a little deeper, I'm going to ask you then, how do you characterize and measure this data, and which metrics are used? If you could be very specific, it's very helpful that we have that information.
I'll give you one.
And I'll ask all three of you to do the same, please.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, I turned my mic off. I'll give you one top-line metric we use for many of these, which is what we call harmful impressions. So 0.1% of tweets that turn out to be violative. We want to limit the number of people that see them. So it's how many people may have seen something before we identified it as violent. So those are some of the metrics that would be important to combat this harm on the platform. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Ms. Pappas?
Similarly, the way we measure it is looking at a community guidelines violation rate. So essentially, we do a sample size that's view-weighted of our corpus of videos, and then we're looking at was there any violative content, and then we're looking at how do we minimize that exposure and drive it down to zero. So as I'd mentioned earlier, we look at that at a per policy basis. So things like hate speech, violent extremism, mis and disinformation, and we're able to measure our improvement of that quarter over quarter or week over week. We look at those metrics and reports, and doing so with regard to our features like our For You feed.
And you do this before every launch. This is the study you'll do.
We wouldn't have the metrics before launch, but in terms of setting our baselines and knowing, right.
Mr. Monahan?
Senator, I can say very clearly that our responsibility as a global platform comes before any of our growth metrics around engagement, revenue, et cetera. It's the top line of the company, and we're constantly reviewing our products.
So how do you characterize the data?
And so when we're reviewing our products on a constant basis, one of the core metrics that I look at and that the rest of the company looks at is something called our violative view rate. And that's a metric that we have also started to publish on a quarterly basis so that you have access to it. In fact, our most recent transparency report was just published a couple of weeks ago. And the violative view rate is basically a metric that calculates how much content is up on our platform that would have violated any of our policies across hate speech, harassment, et cetera. And that number is something on the order of 9 to 11 impressions out of 10,000. So it's a small number that we aim every single quarter to continue to drive down. And
I want to be clear. You do this with your
success.
A/B testing. This is testing that you do before you launch a product.
We measure this metric on a constant basis.
But do you do it before you launch a project when you're?
Well, we
doing
wouldn't
your
have
A/B?
the metric.
Well,
before
you do testing. You don't just launch without doing some testing. You do A/B testing. I think we heard about A/B testing here from you today. So you don't test a product before you launch. You just say, hey, let's launch and see what happens. I don't think you do that. Is that what you do? You launch products without testing whether or not it makes sense?
Senator, I did not say that.
Okay.
We test our products extensively before launching in terms of usability of the products, but also the trust and safety and the impact of those products will have on our users.
So you do those tests during the testing.
Correct.
And Ms. Pappas, you said that afterwards. You do that A/B testing before you launch? Did you also test safety and trust? Because you are testing your product before you send it, or unless you don't test it before you send it out to the world, but I don't think that's the case.
We do testing before launch, and we'll delay products or rather features, if they don't meet our safety standards.
Mr. Cox.
Senator, to your question, the primary way we measure and understand is prevalence. And we publish reports on the specific categories of content that violates our policies as well as regions around the world.
And you do that in your A/B testing before you launch?
Senator, for many of those metrics, you need a specific study in order to understand that metric, but we look at lots of other metrics associated.
So does that mean you don't do it before you launch?
What we would do before the launch of any product where we had any reason to be concerned about safety is put it through a review with our integrity teams, whose job is to understand safety concerns, and we would not launch a product if we believed that there was a safety issue.
So you have referenced several times the statistic that hate speech on your platform represents 0.02% of all views. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And certainly that sounds like a small number. I will appreciate that. But you also have a lot of views. You're a massive platform. And I'm concerned that this can mask the total amount of hate speech that can be out there and viewed by an awful lot of folks. So my question is, what is the total number of views that hate speech actually gets on your platform? Not a percentage. How many views? Last year, for example, or last month, yesterday, whatever you may have. Do you have those numbers?
I don't have those numbers right now, Senator, but I'd be happy to have our teams follow up.
So would you provide those numbers to the committee as to the total number of views, not as a percentage?
Yeah, I'd
we
be
could do
happy
the
to have
math, but you have massive amount of views on your platform. So
yes, Senator, I'd be happy to have our teams follow up on that.
I appreciate it. Well, thank you. Well, thank you. Well, I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. I'm certainly grateful for your contributions to what is a very serious and a very important discussion. And I want to certainly thank Ranking Member Portman for holding this hearing with me here today. I think today's hearing shed some new light on some serious problems of rising domestic extremism and violence and its relationship to amplified content on platforms. We heard from our first panel earlier today about how user engagement and revenue generation are the primary incentives that drive product development and decision-making at your companies, and that the overall goals of growth and profit are always prioritized over the safety of users. That trade-off, revenue over safety, has contributed to, unfortunately, some real-world harms, from horrific attacks and acts of violence motivated by extreme ideologies to our fundamental democratic process also being challenged. I'll be honest, I'm frustrated that the chief product officers, who all of you have a prominent seat at the table when these business decisions are made, were not more prepared to speak to specifics about your product development process, even when you were specifically asked if you would bring specific numbers to us here today. And that your companies continue to really avoid sharing some very important information with us. We've been working on this for quite some time and continue to be frustrated at the slow response or the no response that we receive from you. The testimony we heard today from both experts and from former executives, as well as from the four of you, have made clear the important work of the current trust and safety teams is simply not enough to address the problem. This problem continues to be with us today. Although we heard plenty of testimony about about your company's contact moderation policies, what contact gets removed and why, and even how much you spend on safety measures, it is clear that those actions cannot effectively address this problem as long as the product development process and the revenue-based incentives do not change to make safety a higher priority in those structures. We need to continue this important conversation. This will be the first of, I'm sure, many conversations, and discuss possible regulatory measures and changes to the incentive structures within your companies to build better practices, to limit the spread of harmful and extreme content before it's actually spread to users. Certainly we appreciate actions that are taken after the fact, but at that point, much harm could already be released out into society with potentially catastrophic consequences, and we all want to be ahead of the problem, not reacting to a problem that exists already in our society. As chairman of this committee, I'll continue to work alongside Ranking Member Portman and members of the committee to find effective solutions to this growing homeland security threat. And I certainly hope that each and every one of you will be part of that process to find that solution. We all need to be working together on this. I think it's very clear. The more we talk about this issue, the more we realize how complex it is. And it's going to take all of us putting our heads together and and figuring out a path forward. The record for this hearing will remain open for 15 days until 5 p.m. on September 29th, 2021 for the submission of statements and questions for the record. With that, this hearing is now adjourned.
I know, it's been a while. Well, we waited out for 10 days. Yeah. Although, so my best friend just got married, and I just love it. Yes, pre-planned, and I ended up doing all the things. I was like, this is nice and more. So, like, you would say you were over this, like, wedding planning. Like, no. Oh, God, I don't even want to. I need to. Yes, yes. Get your boosters. I'm getting all the boosters. I'm going to get like 5 of them. Thank you. This is your set. All right. Yeah. Nice to meet you, Ashley. Your name is Jasmine? Oh, cool. Okay. Nice to meet you. I'm Cristiano. Nice to meet you. Cristiano. I write our Tech Tour 2 newsletter. Yeah, you too.